Good morning. Hello. Welcome to Mount SAC semi-annual, but first ever virtual Cash for College. My name is Desiree Marquez, and I'm the Manager of Financial Aid and Special Programs. It is my privilege to welcome you all today to Mount SAC's Fall Cash for College event. We're happy and grateful that you have joined us for this online virtual experience. I'm joined today by Jenny Fu, Interim Director of Financial Aid, Scholarships, and Veterans at Mount SAC.
Good morning. Thank you for taking time out of your Saturday to be with us today. We're so excited to have you all here participating in the 2021-2022 Cash for College event to help students and their families through the process of applying for financial aid. I'd like to take this opportunity to acknowledge our honorary guests here this morning, Board of Trustees President Laura Santos, Board of Trustees member Dr. Manuel Baca, Board of Trustee member Jay Chan, Board of Trustee member Carrie Zhao, Board of Trustee member Student Trustee Sophia Ruiz, and Vice President of Student Services Dr. Audrey Yamagata-Nochi. We'll also be joining with Los Angeles County Supervisor Hilda Solis. Thank you for your continued support and always advocating for our students. I would also like to express my sincere appreciation to the Cash for College Committee, the staff, and the Mount SAC community who helped us make this event possible. We couldn't have done it without you. So, a warm welcome to all of you. I hope you find today's event informative and valuable as you begin your journey in achieving your educational goals. Enjoy your day.
Thank you, Jenny, for your welcoming remarks and for your continuous support. Next, please join me in welcoming Mount SAC's Vice President of Student Services, Dr. Yamagata-Nochi.
Hello, welcome to Cash for College. This is a very special program that we're bringing to you to let you know that here at Mount SAC, we care about your future. Hola, bienvenidos a todos. Ni hao, Huan Ying. Thank you, parents and family members, for joining in with us. This is a family event to help our young people, help our students know how to apply for financial aid that's going to help them and the whole family go to college. We know that one of the biggest reasons why students don't go to college or even stop out sometimes of college is because of finances. We're also concerned about that. So we're glad that you're participating with us today. We're going to do all that we can to continue to assist you in completing either your FAFSA, your California DREAM Act, or any other paperwork that you need to qualify for financial aid. We welcome you to Mount SAC. Some of you may go to other colleges, but know you always have a home right here with us. We have many programs and services available to assist you. This Cash for College program is an example of us caring about the community and wanting so much to reach out and to serve and to assist. Parents, thank you for believing in your students and taking the time to fill out the complex paperwork to qualify. It is well worth it. We realize that it can be difficult and confusing and complicated at times, but that's why we're here. We're here to help you. So don't get too frustrated. Don't give up. Hang in there. Be resilient. We're here to help you. There are no silly questions. Every question is a good question. So thank you for joining us. Best wishes in your future. Welcome to Mount SAC, and know that we are here to help.
Thank you, Dr. Yamagata-Nochi. Your leadership and support is always appreciated. Please welcome Mount SAC Board of Trustee President Laura Santos.
Good morning. I'm with you today virtually from Mount SAC Wildlife Sanctuary. I hope you have a chance to visit it sometime. I'm sorry I'm not there with you in person. We're usually all together in person, but I'm glad we have technology that allows us to be with you despite that. I want to thank the parents that are here today. We always have a lot of parents at these events. It's so important for us to support our students. So thank you for being here. And congratulations to the students for starting early. Through these challenging times, I want to encourage everybody to identify and mobilize resources. Things are hard with the pandemic, with the fires, but there's a lot of resources out there. And Mount SAC has a lot of resources. We're the biggest community college. We have a lot of student services, and we have fabulous staff. What do you need? What do you want? You'll find it at Mount SAC. So thank you for being with us here today.
Thank you, Trustee Santos. At this time, we are excited to introduce Los Angeles County Supervisor and former White House Cabinet member, Hilda Solis.
Hello, thank you to Mount San Antonio College and the Cash for College Planning Committee for inviting me to join you for the Cash for College event. I'm LA County Board of Supervisor Hilda L. Solis, and I'm very happy to be here with you all, even virtually. College, like everything else, looks a little bit different this year, and you and your family have had to make sacrifices and adapt because of the virus that has affected all of our lives. But do not let this virus steal the excitement that you should feel and the celebrations you earn from going to college. College is a big deal. It is a tremendous, momentous occasion. In fact, the pandemic has only reiterated the importance of higher education. Unfortunately, we're seeing students, particularly students from low-income families, dropping out of college this fall in alarming numbers. According to the National College Attainment Network, some 100,000 fewer high school seniors completed financial aid applications to attend college this year. This figure is a sign of the devastation of the COVID-19 pandemic has resulted in, particularly low-income communities. Let's prove this virus wrong. The virus can't stop you from taking on that education you have pursued and are committed to continuing. Education opens up many doors, and many of you have overcome great hardship to get here, and I would like to share my own story with you because I know what it takes to overcome adversity. I'm the proud daughter of immigrants. My father was born in Mexico and my mother in Nicaragua. They were both hard workers, and they instilled in my brothers and sisters a strong work ethic. Even with that encouragement, it wasn't easy. I attended local high school, La Puente High School. While there, I noticed a lack of support for students who want to pursue higher education like myself. In fact, the guidance counselor told my mother that I wasn't college material. Instead, the counselor suggested I should become a secretary. However, another teacher encouraged me to attend college and even helped me fill out my applications. And I became the first generation college student in my family. I went to Cal Poly Pomona, where I graduated with a degree in political science and later received a master's in public administration from USC. However, that college counselor who told me to become a secretary turned out to be half right. I would become a secretary. Indeed, I became the United States Secretary of Labor for President Barack Obama. In this role, I was the first Latina to ever hold a position in the president's cabinet. This was a dream come true, something I aspired to and proudly accomplished. Before that, I was a program director for the California Student Opportunity and Access Program, where I saw firsthand the doors financial aid opened for many students that I worked with. When I first ran for office, I served at the Rio Hondo Community College Board of Trustees, and that was because I knew the importance of education, not only for me, but also I wanted to share that with other students. Like many of you, I imagined something bigger for myself. You should know that there are people who believe in you, and that is your duty to aim high. You aren't alone on your path, so please take notes today. I know applying for financial aid can be intimidating, and it is probably the last thing you want to do in your free time. But let me tell you, it's worth it. I know the Mount SAC team is here to support you in applying. Just remember, you earned this opportunity, and don't let anything get in your way. Take care, and God bless. Hola, yo soy Hilda Solis, la supervisora del primer distrito en el condado de Los Ángeles. Me da gusto en apoyarles este día. La pandemia ha cambiado muchas cosas. Familias han tenido que hacer muchos sacrificios y tomar decisiones muy difíciles. de asistir a una universidad es una de esas decisiones difíciles, especialmente para familias de bajos recursos. Pero no dejan que eso les quite una gran oportunidad para seguir sus estudios. Muchos colegios comunitarios como Mount SAC están ofreciendo ayuda monetaria. Ustedes tienen personas quienes van a ayudarles en llenar sus aplicaciones. Así pueden recibir becas y seguir sus estudios y tener un futuro con éxito. No dejen que esta oportunidad se pase. Tienen que aprovecharlo. Gracias.
Thank you, Supervisor Solis. And thank you to all of our morning speakers. We are appreciative of the community support that our students are shown, not only by your words, but through events that you support like today. Please now welcome Rosario Esparza, Financial Aid Manager, who focuses on our office's inreach and outreach efforts. She will lead you through the rest of the day. It has been my pleasure to welcome you, but at this time, I'm actually excited to join you all as a participant in the event as a parent of a senior from Walnut High School. Enjoy.
Thank you, Desiree, and thank you to all of our presenters. Good morning, buenos dias to our students and families. My name is Rosario Esparza, Manager of Financial Aid and Special Programs, with a focus on our inreach and outreach efforts. I'm grateful to be here virtually with you all today. As an immigrant and a first-generation college student, I know firsthand how invaluable programs such as Cash for College are for our students and their families. And like many aspects of our lives, this year's Cash for College looks very different. However, we worked hard to put together an event that presents you with information and resources that help you as you complete your financial aid application. Today's virtual Cash for College event will begin with the FAFSA and a California DREAM Act application presentation that will be followed by a live Q&A session, a question and answer session at 11 a.m., where expert staff will answer your financial aid application questions throughout the presentation. At noon, we will host a wonderful resource fair where we will share some information about some of the amazing programs and services Mount SAC has to offer, and where you will get an opportunity to meet Mount SAC staff and ask them questions as well. At 1 p.m., we will host a second live Q&A session to answer any remaining financial aid questions you may have. Students and families will have an opportunity to attend a scholarships and/or an admissions and records workshops that will be happening concurrently during our live Q&A sessions at 11 a.m. and 1 p.m. via the following Zoom links IDs that you see on your screen. Please also note that you should have received a pre-event email that contained a Cash for College toolkit. This toolkit gives you information about today's event agenda and the Zoom link information to attend a scholarships and admissions and records workshop. You can also access the Cash for College toolkit on our webpage. We will share the direct link in the chat box. So please make sure to follow that link and you'll be able to access not only the toolkit, but also resources and other video tutorials that can help you complete your financial aid application. We hope today's presentations and workshops offer the information to help you navigate through the FAFSA and the California DREAM Act application process, and an opportunity to get introduced to the amazing student support programs here at Mount SAC. Please note that we are committed to delivering resources and assistance not only today, but throughout the year. Whether you're a current Mount SAC student, plan to attend Mount SAC, or will be attending another higher education institution, please continue to connect with us for more information or upcoming live virtual workshops, demos, and assistance. We're always happy to help. Before we get started, we want to review some tips and reminders to help you make the most of this presentation. We have enabled a question and answer or Q&A feature where you will be able to submit your financial aid application questions during the presentation. You should see that Q&A feature at the bottom next to the chat. We have expert staff that will be answering incoming questions via this feature. So if you have any pressing questions or want additional information on a topic, please feel free to use the Q&A feature at any time during this entire event and submit your questions. We will be answering them either during the presentation or during our live Q&A sessions. Also, please refer to the pre-event email you received that contained a checklist for the FAFSA or the California DREAM Act. These worksheets will help you prepare for completing your financial aid information. They give you basic information like what documents to gather, how to complete and submit your application. Again, we have shared the direct link to our webpage where you can also find these worksheets, and that is on our financial aid webpage. Lastly, for optimized viewing, please use the following steps to turn on side-by-side mode. Click on View Options at the top of the shared screen. Make sure side-by-side mode is selected, and you'll see a check mark will appear once you have selected that feature. So with that, let's zoom right into the FAFSA and the California DREAM Act application presentation. For today's financial aid presentation, please welcome Rudy Sanchez, Mount SAC Financial Aid Specialist. Rudy, the floor is all yours.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Rosie. Welcome, everyone. Good morning to today's virtual event. I'm very excited to join you all today. We're going to get started with a workshop designed to help you complete your financial aid applications, specifically the FAFSA application or the California DREAM Act application. One of the goals of this workshop is to help you become more familiar with the steps involved to apply and to help you understand the various questions that you will have to answer during the application. With this workshop, we're literally going to work through the entire application, and we're going to review the different questions that you will have to answer. This will be a great opportunity to become more familiar with the application and to complete that application today. Before we get started, let's spend a few moments to cover some financial aid basics. First of all, we will talk about what is financial aid. We'll start with a basic definition of this term. Now, put simply, financial aid is just money to help you pay for college. There are different types of financial aid, and we will look at that information soon. But at its most basic, financial aid is just money to help you pay for college. Going to college will come with various costs. You will have to pay for expenses such as the cost of your classes or tuition, textbooks, school supplies, and there could be some other expenses. If you're planning on living on campus, for example, there are costs related to housing, and you might have to think about dorm expenses and meal plans. The good news is that there is money out there, money which can help you pay for some or potentially all of those costs. Financial aid, this money to help you pay for college, can actually come from different sources. There is money offered from the federal government, the state of California, and there is often money which the college itself will offer you. And this is known as institutional financial aid. Lastly, there can be money offered to you from private sources. Examples of private sources are nonprofit organizations, businesses, potentially your employer as well. As mentioned, this money to help you pay for college, it is out there. It can come from different sources, and there are different types available to help make college a possibility for you. Let's now spend a few moments covering what types of financial aid are available. What are those options that you can apply for and potentially qualify for? Generally speaking, financial aid can get categorized into the following three categories. There is what's called free money, money which is a gift for those who qualify. There is free financial aid money, gifted aid, which doesn't at all require repayment. Second type of financial aid is money which can be considered earned money. And this is earned in that you are obtaining employment and fulfilling your work duties and earning a paycheck. And believe it or not, there are financial aid programs which help to fund the paycheck that you would earn. And an example of this type of financial aid is the Federal Work Study Program. Lastly, the third and final type of financial aid can be considered borrowed money. Now, this type of financial aid does require repayment, so do exercise caution before you choose to use this type of financial aid, borrowed money. An example, of course, of borrowed money are loans. As mentioned, these are all options. Ultimately, this is all money that can help you pay for some or all of your college costs. And by completing your financial aid application today, you are going to be automatically considered for several of these options: the free money, the earned money, and the borrowed money. Now that we've spent some time talking about what is financial aid, We've learned the basic definition that financial aid is just money to help you pay for college. And we've learned about those different types of aid: free money, earned money, and borrowed money. Let's talk about the steps involved to apply for those financial aid options. All students interested in applying for financial aid and receiving consideration for financial aid will need to complete one of the following applications. You are either going to complete what's called the FAFSA application, FAFSA standing for Free Application for Federal Student Aid, or you are going to complete the California DREAM Act application, at times called the CADA application. As a reminder, you're completing one of these applications, either the FAFSA application or the California DREAM Act application. Let's now talk about which application is right for you and your situation. First, we will cover the FAFSA application. The FAFSA application is your application if any of the following statuses apply to you and your situation. You are eligible to complete the FAFSA if you are a US citizen or if you are considered an eligible non-citizen. And that's the language used on the FAFSA application, eligible non-citizen. Examples of an eligible non-citizen are those who are permanent residents, those who were granted a refugee or asylee status, if you are a T visa holder, and there are some other very specific statuses that also qualify you as an eligible non-citizen. And I would encourage you to consult the FAFSA application directly to see if your situation fits one of those statuses. As a reminder, FAFSA is your application if you are a US citizen or if you are an eligible non-citizen. It is very important to complete your FAFSA application by the March 2nd deadline. The FAFSA that we will work on today, the 2021-2022 FAFSA, is currently available, and ideally you are completing that application by next March 2nd, 2021. There's plenty of time, and if you can complete your application by this deadline, you are helping to maximize your potential eligibility. If you miss this deadline, it is not the end of the world, but potentially you are limiting your state financial aid options. So it really is best to apply as early as possible. Additionally, the FAFSA application will allow you to include colleges and universities that you plan on attending or think might be an option for you. It is very critical to include any college, any university that you think you might attend. Once the college or school is on that application, they will receive your information and can then communicate to you what financial aid options you qualify to receive. Mount SAC's school code is there on the screen, so feel free to take a snapshot of it, and you can include us on your application. Let's now talk about the California DREAM Act application. We just covered the eligibility requirements for the FAFSA application. Let's now talk about the requirements for the DREAM Act application. If what we covered from the FAFSA application doesn't really fit your situation, then the California DREAM Act application might be your application. You are able to complete the California DREAM Act application if any of the following apply to you and your situation. If you're undocumented, maybe you have a valid or expired DACA, if you are a U visa holder or have a temporary protected status. So if either of these fit your situation, then DREAM Act might be your application. Please keep in mind that in addition to what we just covered, you will also need to meet specific California residency requirements, and you need to have specific academic qualifications as well. The academic qualifications would be things like having your high school diploma, completing high school, for example, or an equivalent. Maybe you've taken a GED or you've taken enough college units to have the equivalency requirement met. What you can do as well is I would encourage all of you, if what we covered from the DREAM Act application, if that fits your situation, you can also go to the DREAM Act website, and you'll see the website there on the top banner. The application, as you get started, you will be presented with a series of questions that help confirm that DREAM Act application truly is your application. And as one more reminder on the DREAM Act application, if this is your application, please keep in mind that you will need to complete often what's called an AB 540 document. You will need to complete that at whatever college or university you choose to attend. So just keep that as a reminder. And if you have more questions about AB 540, about maybe those California residency requirements, a great resource for you will be an admissions and records workshop that will be held later today. Now, similar to the FAFSA application, you will also want to complete the DREAM Act application by March 2nd. If the DREAM Act application, if this is your application, make sure to do it as soon as possible, at the very least by March 2nd, so that you are able to potentially maximize your state financial aid eligibility. And similar to the FAFSA, if DREAM Act application is your application, you will want to include any college, any university that you think is an option for you, that you will attend or might attend. Our school code is there on the screen. Once again, feel free to take a snapshot if you plan on attending Mount SAC, or if Mount SAC is an option for you. Now, both applications can be completed online, whether you are completing the FAFSA application or if you are completing that California DREAM Act application. The FAFSA website, there it is on the screen once again, fafsa.ed.gov. And if DREAM Act application is your application, you can see that webpage there, dream.csac.ca.gov. Now, applying for financial aid is not just a one-time thing, okay? You will need to apply every year. The newer application actually is made available October 1st of every year. For example, the 2021-2022 application, it now is available as of October 1st. And that newer application is going to be for the school year, which begins next fall 2021. Make sure to start developing this habit where you are applying as early as possible and you are completing that newer application as close to October 1st as possible. Make that a habit, complete it as early as you can, and then you're all set up to continue receiving consideration for financial aid every school year. Let's talk about some of the required documents that you may need to refer to in order to answer questions presented on the FAFSA or the California DREAM Act application. We're looking at documents that you may need to refer to specifically for the newer application, the 2021-2022 application. Those of you who are going to complete the FAFSA application, make sure, students, that you have your Social Security card. You will need to use that information to complete your FAFSA application. If you are a permanent resident, make sure to have your permanent resident card, students. If you are working on the FAFSA, you will need to report some information from that permanent resident card. If you have a driver's license, make sure to have that available. The 2021-2022 FAFSA and California DREAM Act application will ask you questions about your 2019 income and tax information. If in 2019, if you filed taxes, if you were working and earned income in 2019, you will need to report that information. Students, if you were working or you filed taxes in 2019, make sure to have those records available. Parents, if you were working last year, or if you filed taxes last year in 2019, make sure to have those records available. You will want to have your income tax returns available to answer those questions. You will want to also have your W-2 information. If you earned income last year, have those W-2s ready, or other records of income earned from work. For example, if you were self-employed, you may have some other documents instead of a W-2. Some students and families will need to report information from their bank accounts and certain records of their investments. If that is your situation, if you are needing to report that information, just make sure that you have access to your bank account information and to some of those financial records. Additionally, some students, some families will need to report what's called untaxed income. And this is going to be untaxed income from last year as well, the 2019 year. Examples of untaxed income that you might need to report are amounts of child support that were received, untaxed IRA distributions, or pension and annuity payments. Once again, this is just a summary of some of the required documents. If some of these don't quite fit your situation, that's okay. But make sure to have these records available so you can answer each question and complete your application today. Now let's talk about some tips involved with completing your FAFSA or DREAM Act application. First of all, we do encourage all of you, make sure that you are writing down or you're keeping record of any usernames, any passwords that you are going to use or that you have since created. Remember that you are applying for financial aid every year. In other words, you will need to be using username and passwords in order to log in and complete your application. Make sure to have those written down, store them somewhere securely, right? But make sure to have those available so that this is a seamless, easier process, especially as you're applying every year. Those of you who are working on the FAFSA application, there is something called a save key, and we will talk more about that in a few moments. But write down your save key just in case you need to use that save key to re-access your FAFSA at a later point. We do also encourage all of you, as you're working on the FAFSA, as you're working on the DREAM Act application, save the application as often as possible, as frequently as possible. Make sure to save your progress so that in the event something happens, you're always able to re-log in and continue where you left off. On the FAFSA and DREAM Act application, if you ever want to go back to a previous section, or if you are going to continue to a different section, make sure to use the previous and next buttons at the bottom, at the bottom of the application. Do not use the back or forward buttons on your browser. Once again, use those previous and next buttons on the application. Just another tip, both the FAFSA and DREAM Act application have help and hint features on the application. The FAFSA and DREAM Act have a lot of built-in help and guidance. If you need some assistance understanding a question, the help and hints feature really will give you a good explanation about each question and may even show you exactly where to look in order to answer some of those income and tax questions. You can use the help and hints features and you're provided a visual aid of where to look on your tax form if you are reporting tax information. Lastly, for those of you who are working on the California DREAM Act application, just as a reminder that the questions which you will need to answer, which are required, are those which have a red asterisk, okay? So if you happen to come across a question and there is no red asterisk, you don't technically have to answer that question, just as a reminder. Wonderful. Well, let's get started. We are now going to look at the steps involved in order to access your application, and we will continue and look at the different questions that you will need to answer for both the FAFSA and the DREAM Act application. As a reminder, we are going to cover the questions, the application together. Once again, so you have some familiarity with the steps involved to finish your application. We will have a live Q&A session later, which is going to be a great opportunity for you to actually get started with your application or maybe to continue with your application. Let's now talk about how to get started with the FAFSA application. Those of you who are going to complete the FAFSA, once again, if you are a US citizen or if you are an eligible non-citizen, you will first of all want to go to the FAFSA webpage, fafsa.ed.gov. Once you are on that web page, you will want to select Start Here, and we will see a screenshot of that web page in a few moments. When you're ready to get started, students, you will need to log into your FAFSA application with your Federal Student Aid ID, the FSA ID. The Federal Student Aid ID is a specific username that is attributed to you as an individual. This is going to be a username that you as the student will use every year to complete the FAFSA application. We provided resources in a pre-event email that provided guidance with completing that FSA ID. I do hope all of you, or at least most of you, have that FSA ID created already. If you don't, that's okay. You can still create your ID and you can also continue with completing your FAFSA, but hopefully you have that ID created already. Once you are logged in with your Federal Student Aid ID, you will select Start, the 2021-2022 FAFSA application. Those of you who are going to work on the California DREAM Act application will go to the DREAM Act webpage, dream.csac.ca.gov. Once you are on the website, you will want to select the green Start button, and we will also look at a screenshot of what the DREAM Act webpage looks like. Once you select that Start button to begin your DREAM Act application, you will notice that a series of questions will come up, and you will want to answer each question just to confirm your eligibility to complete the DREAM Act application. Once you've completed answering those questions, and if DREAM Act application is your application, you can then create your user ID and password. Students, this is going to be a user ID specifically for you as an individual. Every year, you will use your user ID in order to complete the newer DREAM Act application. So make sure to create that user ID, create your own password, and finish making that ID. You will then be able to continue with your application. Here's an example of what the FAFSA webpage will look like. You will notice that once on the FAFSA webpage, you are presented with two options in order to access the application. If you're brand new to FAFSA, if you've never really started the process, then you can go ahead and select Start Here. If you have already completed a FAFSA previously, maybe you've already started some of the steps with the FAFSA, then you are a returning user and you can select the Login button. But once you go to that FAFSA webpage, you will see a screen that looks just like this, and that's going to be how you get started with your application. Those of you who are working on that California DREAM Act application, once you go to the website, you will see a screen that will look like this. At the bottom of that screen, that is where you will see those large green buttons. For those of you who are brand new to the DREAM Act application process, you will select the Start button. For those of you who have maybe already done a DREAM Act application in previous years, or you have already started on some of those DREAM Act application questions, you can then log in as a returning user. So once you log into your application, those of you who are working on the FAFSA application, when you're logged in with your federal student aid ID, the next step is to create what's called a save key. Now, the save key is a temporary password. This is not something that you are going to use every year. It is simply a temporary password in the event that you need to stop in the middle of your application and you need to return at a later point. If that does happen, if maybe you're not able to complete your entire application all in one sitting, you can then relog in at a later point and you will use this save key in order to relog onto your application. The save key, once again, is just a temporary password. It doesn't have to be incredibly difficult, but make sure to remember it once you create your save key. After you create your save key, for those of you doing the FAFSA application, you will then have a list of frequently asked questions. Make sure to review those FAQs as needed. The FAQs are there to offer guidance about some common questions, but once you're ready to move forward, simply select Next to continue. For those of you working on the DREAM Act application, after you've created your user ID, you will then have instructions presented on the screen. The instructions are exactly that, just instructions about the application, and there are some frequently asked question material provided on that screen as well. Make sure to review those as needed, and then you can select Next in order to continue. Wonderful. Now that you've completed these steps, the first part of the FAFSA and DREAM Act application will ask for personal information, student demographic information. Those of you who are working on the FAFSA application, you will have to report your first name, your middle initial, and your last name. You also want to ensure that your social security number is inputted as well, and you will also have to report your date of birth. You will also include your email address and your phone number, your mailing address, and your driver's license, if you have a driver's license. As just one tip here for those of you working on the FAFSA, really make sure that your first name, your middle initial, your last name, make sure that the information is exactly as it appears on your social security card. It's very critical that you're using your name, you're using the information exactly as it appears on that social security card. For those of you who are working on the California DREAM Act application, you're going to report pretty similar information. You will also report your first name, your middle initial, your last name, and make sure that you're using your name based on what you have used on official documents. You will also include your mailing address and your email address. Make sure to include your date of birth as well. You do have the option to include your social security number and what's called your SSID number. The SSID number is a state issued student ID number. This is a state ID number that is used in your high school, okay? Now, these aren't requirements. You don't have to include a social security number or the SSID number. If possible, at the very least, I would encourage you to include your SSID number. If you're a high school senior right now, and if you have that number, try to include it. That could help connect you with state financial aid options. But if you don't have it, no worries. You can still complete your application and you can still receive consideration for state financial aid options. You will also need to include your phone number and your driver's license. Okay, the next section of the FAFSA and the DREAM Act application will ask you a question about your citizenship status. Those of you who are working on the FAFSA will see the following question: are you a US citizen? To this question, you can respond yes, or you can respond no. You can say that you are not a US citizen, but you are an eligible non-citizen. Those of you who are a permanent resident, you can refer to your permanent resident card in order to then report your alien registration number. For those of you who are eligible non-citizens, if that is your response to this question, keep in mind you will need to input your alien registration number. And for those of you who are permanent residents, you can refer to your card and the number is provided there as your US CIS number. And there's an example on the screen of where to look. Those of you who are completing the DREAM Act application, you will similarly see that question, are you a US citizen? And you will need to report your citizenship status. Technically, on the DREAM Act application, you can state that you are a US citizen or you are an eligible non-citizen. There is this third option. You can state that you are not a citizen or an eligible non-citizen. And we do want to remind you all that if you are a US citizen or an eligible non-citizen, we highly recommend that you complete the FAFSA application. However, for those of you who are not US citizens or you don't meet the definition of eligible non-citizen, then you should be responding not a citizen or eligible non-citizen. That should be your response if you are completing that DREAM Act application. Once you're done answering that question on citizenship, you will then enter a section that asks about your educational history and your plan. And keep in mind, all the information that we've just covered so far, this is all for the student. So this is student information, the student demographic information like your first name, last name, address, etc., the student citizenship, and then now we enter a section about the student's educational history and your plan when you go to college next year. Both the FAFSA and the DREAM Act application will actually cover the exact same questions, all right? The first question will ask you, what is your high school completion status beginning the 2021-2022 school year? In other words, what is your high school completion status next year? Next year, once you start going to college, whether you're going to college for the first time or you are going to continue with your college enrollment. There are different options to answering this question. For those of you who are currently high school seniors, if you're going to be graduating, if you plan on being a high school graduate by next year, by fall 2021, when you start college, then you will respond that you are a high school graduate, that you've completed high school and you have your diploma. For those of you who won't be completing high school, maybe you didn't complete high school, but you have a GED, for example, you can report that as well. You can state that you have a GED or an equivalent. The next question will ask you about what is your degree or certificate that you plan on working on once you begin the 2021-2022 school year. This question is just asking, hey, what's your plan next school year, starting the 2021-2022 school year? Now, there are, once again, different options. You can select that you are going to be working on an associate's degree. Maybe that's kind of your plan. You're thinking that you're going to start college or you're going to continue with your college education and you want to at least work on that associate's degree first. You can make that response. For some of you, maybe next year you're going to be transferring already, right? And you're going to a four-year school, or maybe the only college or university you are attending is a four-year school and you're going to work on a bachelor's degree. Then you can make that selection. there is also an option to state that you are working on a certificate program. That very well could be part of your plan and goal next school year, and so you can select certificate. What I would caution you from doing is stating that you are in a graduate program, and this tends to be a common error. Sometimes students state that they are in a graduate program, for example, a master's program or a doctoral program. Don't make that mistake. Maybe some of you will be in a master's or doctoral program next school year. And if that's the case, of course, state that you are a graduate student. But for those of you who are graduating high school seniors or are going to continue getting your associate's or bachelor's degree or certificate, just don't state that you're in a graduate program. The next question will ask you about whether you will have your first bachelor's degree starting the 2021-2022 school year. And once again, this also is a question where typically there's some honest mistakes made in answering this question. A bachelor's degree typically is a college degree that you will earn in 4 years. It doesn't have to be 4 years, but traditionally speaking, this is a 4-year degree. So for those of you who are just coming out of high school, for example, you will answer no to this question, all right? But the question just wants to know, will you have earned your first bachelor's degree by the time you start the 2021-2022 school year? You will answer yes or no to this question. The next question will actually ask about your college grade level. The question wants to know what is your grade level in college beginning the 2021-2022 school year. There are a few options to answering this question. For those of you who are high school seniors and who will begin college next school year, or maybe you're even going to start the summer before next fall. The selection you will make is either you've never attended college before, or if you are going to complete a few units before starting college over the summer, you can select that you're a first-year student, okay? Maybe some of you have already been in college and you're going to continue with your college education. You will have the option to select that you are going to be a first-year or a second-year student, maybe even a third-year student. There are a few options. What I would caution you from doing is stating that you are going to be a graduate or professional student. There is an option to state that you are a graduate professional student, but as a reminder, that's only the case if you're going to be in a master's program, right? If you're working on that master's or that doctoral program. So keep that in mind, but there are different options, of course, in answering this question. Wonderful. Once we're done with that particular section, we will then enter another set of questions. Those of you who are working on the FAFSA application, you will see a question asking you about whether you are interested in work study. As we learned, the federal work study program is a type of financial aid in which you are earning your financial aid money. You're earning that money because you are obtaining employment as a student. In response to this question, you can answer yes, you can answer no, or you can answer don't know. Now, with this question, if you were to say yes to this question, that doesn't mean that you are obligated to working. That doesn't mean that you're saying, sign me up, I'm ready to work. It just means that you're open to the option if you are eligible for work study and if you choose to seek employment. I would encourage all of you, just take some time to reflect on whether you think student employment will make sense for you. If you think that this would be a good option and a benefit to you, then select yes to this question. If you know for sure that's just not going to work out for you, you don't want to have any student employment, then you can say no to this question. If honestly you don't know, you can say don't know, but just keep in mind that for some colleges, they only offer work study to students who answer yes to this question. Something to consider. The next question will ask you about if you are a foster youth or if you were at any time in the foster care system. You will answer yes or no to this question. Okay, the next section of both the FAFSA and DREAM Act applications will ask you a question specific to selective service requirements. Ultimately, that is why this question is on both the FAFSA and DREAM Act application. It is to see if you are required to register for what's called selective service. The question will ask the following. The question asks, are you male or female? And you will answer male or female based on the sex that you were assigned at birth. So once again, based on the sex that you were assigned at birth, you will answer whether you were assigned the sex of male or if you were assigned the sex of female. Current federal law does require individuals who were assigned the sex of male at birth and who are between the ages of 18 to 25 to register for what's called selective service. Now, selective service is not at all the same as enlisting in the military. By registering for selective service, you're not saying that I want to join the Army, I want to join the Marines. You are simply making yourself available for a draft in the event that there is a draft. So how is it that you can register? For those of you who were assigned the sex of male at birth and who are between the ages of 18 to 25, if you have not registered for selective service, you do have the option to register electronically if you are completing the FAFSA application. Those of you working on the FAFSA, if you are required to register, you can do so through the application. It's built into completing the FAFSA application. Those of you who are working on the California DREAM Act application, unfortunately, you can't register electronically with the DREAM Act application. However, you can register by mail, and you will submit your registration form, and that is how you can complete this requirement. I do want to share that if you are required to register, if you were assigned the sex of male at birth, and if you are between the ages of 18 to 25, if you choose not to register, then keep in mind that you will not qualify for federal financial aid programs and some state financial aid programs. This is part of the eligibility requirements in order to receive certain types of financial aid. The next section of the FAFSA and DREAM Act application will ask questions about parent education completion levels. The questions are identical on both the FAFSA and the DREAM Act application. You will see a question asking you about what is the highest school level completed by parent 1 and parent 2. You will have some options in answering this question. You can say that for parent 1 or parent 2, the highest level of school completed was middle school or junior high. Maybe it was high school, or maybe your parent or both your parents went to college or beyond, or maybe it was something else, or maybe you don't know. There are a few options, but make sure to answer this question. Once you're done with your responses, you can then continue with both the FAFSA or the DREAM Act application. The next section of both the FAFSA and the DREAM Act application will ask for high school information. For those of you who stated that you are high school graduates, you have your high school diploma, you will need to include the name of your high school. You will see a question asking about the name of your high school, and you will have the option to search for your high school. On the application, you can type in the name of your high school. You can refine your search by stating what city your high school was in or what state. So make sure to find your high school. If you do not have your high school diploma, maybe you have your GED or an equivalent, you will not see this question, all right? But once again, for those of you who stated that you have your high school diploma, you will need to include the name of your high school, and you can search for your high school through the FAFSA or the DREAM Act application. The next section of the FAFSA and DREAM Act application is where you have the opportunity to include colleges and universities on your application. For both the FAFSA and the DREAM Act application, you can include up to 10 schools on your application. For those of you who might want to include more schools, I get it, I understand. You're maybe trying to keep your options open, or at this point, maybe you don't know exactly which school you are going to attend. If that is your situation, if you do want to include more than 10 schools, that's definitely a possibility. What you will need to do is you will need to first complete your application. You will include 10 schools on your FAFSA or DREAM Act and submit your application. At a later point, once your FAFSA and DREAM Act processes, you can always relog onto your application. You can relog in at a later point, and then you will want to remove some schools and then add the additional schools. So that it is a two-step process, but it is possible to have more than 10 schools receive your financial aid application. In order to add the schools onto your application, you will need to input the federal school code or the state school code for the FAFSA or DREAM Act application. Each school has a unique code. If you know what the school code is, you can just simply input it on your application. If you don't know the code, that's okay. Both the FAFSA and the DREAM Act application actually allow you to search for the colleges, for the universities. There's a search feature where you can enter the school's name, the city, the state, and you can then find the school through that search feature. As a reminder, Mount SAC's school code, there it is. For the FAFSA, our school code is 001245, or if you are working on that DREAM Act application, our school code is 00124500. Feel free to take that snapshot right now, especially if you know that Mount SAC is where you will continue with your learning, or maybe Mount SAC will be an option for you next school year. Once you've included all of those colleges, all of those universities on your application, whether it's one school or whether it's 10 that you're including on your application, the next section of your application will actually ask about housing plans. You will need to state for each school on your application, what is your housing plan? The housing plan options that you have are on campus, living with your parent, or living off campus. Now, this is going to be your housing plan based on whatever you think is realistic. Okay, at this point, if you know that your plan is to live on campus, you want to live on student dorms on campus or through housing made available through your school, then you will want to select on campus. Maybe you already know that when you're going to college next year that you're going to be living with your parents, then you can state with parent. Maybe there are some of you who are going to have your own apartment, or maybe you have your own place and you're living independently. You can select off campus. You will have these 3 housing plan options, and you will need to make this selection for each school reported on your application. Make sure to make the selection that is realistic. If your housing plan changes, maybe for some of you, you're thinking that you're going to live with your parents, but turns out that living on campus is an option and you want to do that. It is possible to correct your housing plan. What I would recommend that you do, if your housing plan changes at the school that you choose to attend, I would actually contact that school's financial aid office. Contact the financial aid office and ask them whether you should correct the housing plan on your application or whether it doesn't matter. I would recommend that if your housing plan does change between the time that you complete your application and the time that you actually attend that college or school of your choice. After you're done including your housing plan selections, the next section of the FAFSA and DREAM Act application will determine your dependency status. So there are a series of questions on both the FAFSA and the DREAM Act application that ultimately will determine if you are considered a dependent student or an independent student. Make sure to review each question. Look at each question. The questions are asking about your situation, you as the student. Answer yes or no to each question. After you're done answering those questions, there is a determination made by the application. Now, this is strictly a financial aid definition. This is strictly for financial aid purposes. If you are determined dependent, if the application considers you a dependent student, then please keep in mind you will need to report parent information on your application. Parent information is required in order to have a completed application and to receive consideration for financial aid. Schools cannot finalize your financial aid eligibility if you are a dependent student and if you don't have parent information on your application. For those of you who are considered independent students, you will not need to report parent information. The application will let you know if you are considered independent, and if that is your situation, if you are an independent student based on the financial aid application, then there is no parent information needed. The rest of the questions will just be questions about you as the student, and your financial aid eligibility will be based on your specific information. Now, for those of you who are working on the FAFSA or DREAM Act application, the application might consider you a dependent student. However, you might have a special circumstance. There are students who, based on their unique situation, they are unable to provide parent information. If that is your situation, there are options to still submit your application and to still receive financial aid. For those of you working on the FAFSA application, if that is your situation, if you have a special circumstance, you can actually select on the FAFSA that you are unable to provide parent information. Once the FAFSA, if the FAFSA does determine that you are a dependent student, the FAFSA will ask you if you are able to provide parent information. If you do have a special circumstance, if you can't provide parent information, you can make that selection and you can then continue with your application. Do make sure that you call the financial aid offices at the school you choose to attend, because the financial aid offices will likely need some additional information in order to finalize your eligibility. So if you are a dependent student and if you can't provide parent information, keep in mind that there is likely some additional steps you will need to take in order to receive your financial aid. Those of you who are working on the DREAM Act application, similarly, if the DREAM Act application considers you a dependent student, but you do have a special circumstance, you do have the option to still submit your application. For the DREAM Act application, if you are unable to provide parent information, you can skip all of the parent questions. You will have the option to skip all the parent questions, and you can still complete the DREAM Act application. You will also need to call the financial aid offices in order to see what your next steps are, what your eligibility will look like. But there is still the opportunity to submit your application even without parent information. So know that that is an option, and remember, the financial aid office will be able to support you and identify next steps in order to still receive consideration for financial aid. Okay, so once you're continuing with your application, if you are considered a dependent student, then there are questions asked of you, questions about your parent or parents. The parent has a very specific definition on the FAFSA or DREAM Act application. Parent will mean your legal, your biological, or adoptive parent or step-parent. The following persons are not considered your parents unless they have adopted you, okay? Grandparents, widowed step-parents, foster parents, legal guardians, aunts or uncles. Once again, parent is going to be your legal, your biological or adoptive parent or step-parent on the application. Do not include information from grandparents, widowed step-parents, etc., unless they have adopted you. As well, older brothers or sisters. So older brothers or sisters, that they're not going to be the parent on your application unless they have adopted you. Now, there may be some of you whose parents, whose biological or adoptive parents, whose parents are no longer married and they're not living together. So there's usually this question of, well, which parent needs to be on my application? We're going to cover some questions to help you determine ultimately which parent needs to be on that application. So the first thing you do want to consider, students, is whether your biological or adoptive parents, whether they are married and they are living together. If your parents are married, if your parents are living together, then you will report information for both parents. The FAFSA and the DREAM Act application will use this terminology of parent 1 and parent 2, okay? So if your parents are married and if they are living together, you will have to report information for both persons, both parents, and there are questions about parent 1 and parent 2. If you answer no to this, if you answer no to this question, if your biological or adoptive parents, if they are not married, if they're not living together, then we can move on to this next question. So the next question is, are your parents unmarried and living together? Maybe your parents never got legally married, but they are living together. If that is the case, then you will still report information for both parents. If your parents, if they're not married and they're not living together, then there is this next question. You will have to then consider, okay, which parent have you lived with the most during the past 12 months? And it is going to be that parent that you will report on your FAFSA or DREAM Act application. For those of you whose biological or adoptive parents, if they're not married, they're not living together, you then are going to have to consider which parent you've been living with the most during the past 12 months, the past 12 months from the date that you're working on your FAFSA or your DREAM Act application. Do also consider the fact that for that one parent, maybe that parent got remarried. If that parent has been remarried, you will need to report your step parent's information on the application. Okay, this next section of the FAFSA and DREAM Act application will ask for your parents' marital status. There is a question about, as of today, what is the marital status of your parents? And so, as a reminder, as of today, as of the date that you are working on the application, this question isn't asking about your parents' marital status based on their taxes or based on a few months ago. It's as of the date that you are working on the FAFSA or DREAM Act application. There are a few responses to this question. You can state that your parents are married or remarried. You can state that your parents are separated, divorced. Maybe your parent is widowed. Maybe your parent is never married. Well, your parents were never married and they're not living together. If your parents are unmarried, but they are living together, then you will make that selection of unmarried and both parents living together. Once you've made your selection about your parents' marital status, as of today, as of the date you're working on your application, you can continue with the next section. The next section of both the FAFSA and the DREAM Act application will ask for some personal information about your parents. For the FAFSA application, you will need to report the following. You will need to report the Social Security number for your parent or your parents. For those of you whose parents or your parent, if they don't have a Social Security number, that's okay. You will simply input all zeros on the application as included on this slide. As you can see, you're just including all zeros. Once again, if your parent or parents don't have a Social Security number, do not include your parent's ITIN number. Maybe your parent or your parents, they have something called an ITIN, an individual tax identification number. You will not include this on the FAFSA, okay? Just put all zeros if your parents don't have a Social Security number. You will need to include the first initial for your parent or parents and their last name, their date of birth, email address as well, and their state of legal residence. For the DREAM Act application, those of you who are working on the California DREAM Act application, you will report some similar information. You will also have to include your parent or your parents' Social Security number or ITIN. If your parents don't have a Social Security number or don't have an ITIN, then you can also just enter all zeros on the DREAM Act application. Similarly, you will enter your parents' first initial, their last name, their date of birth, email address, and also their state of legal residence. You're going to enter this information for parent 1 and parent 2. You will have two parents if your parents are married, remarried, or if your parents are living together. Once you've included that information for parent 1 and or parent 2, you can then continue with your application. The next section of the FAFSA and DREAM Act application will ask about something called household size. This is a very important part of the application and does tend to have a big effect on your financial aid eligibility. So let's spend a few minutes talking about household size, what it is, who should be included in the household size. The question is going to be identical for both the FAFSA and the DREAM Act application. Let's first talk about household size for dependent students. Remember, as you're working on the FAFSA, as you're working on the DREAM Act application, the application will make a determination about whether you are a dependent student or not. If you are a dependent student, then you will need to have parent information on your application. If you are able to report that parent information, then the household size is going to be based on your parents' household size. Who can be included in your parents' household size? Well, of course, your parent or your parents are included in the household size and yourself. All right, at the very least, the parent or both parents and yourself are included in the total household size. In addition, you can include persons in the household who are your parents' children, okay? So parents' children can can be included in the household size, even if they don't live with your parents, as long as one of the following are met. As long as your parents are providing the majority of their support. So as long as your parents are financially supporting them primarily from those specific dates, so those are very specific dates based on each application, but as long as your parents are supporting those children primarily between those dates, you can include them in the household size. So don't forget to include your siblings, okay? If you have siblings who are also your parents' children and are receiving financial support from your parents, make sure to include them in the household size. And you can also, include children in the household size as long as they answer no to every one of those dependency status questions. So those dependency status questions, if you wanted to review them on both the FAFSA and DREAM Act application, you can select the text dependency status in order to see those questions. But don't forget to include siblings, okay? Siblings or children in the household, as long as they meet that definition. And the instructions, this definition that we're seeing together, this is exactly what appears on the FAFSA and DREAM Act application. Now, you can also include other people in the household size as long as the following are met, as long as those other people are now living with your parents, and for those other people, your parents are providing and will continue to provide the majority of their financial support from those very specific dates. So don't forget to include cousins, grandparents, other people that are living in your parents' household as long as they meet that definition. So make sure, once you get to this section, make sure to just carefully consider how many people are in your parents' household if you are a dependent student. What is assumed on the application is, of course, your parent or parents and yourself, and make sure to include those other children, siblings, other people, as long as they are meeting the definition on the application. Let's now talk about household size for an independent student. If the FAFSA or DREAM Act application considers you independent, then the household size is the following. The household size is going to include yourself, you as the student, and will include your spouse if you are married. You can also include your children, even if they don't live with you, as long as the following is met, as long as you're providing the majority of their support between those very specific dates. And you can also include other people. You can include other persons who are in your household as long as they are living with you and as long as you're providing the majority of their support, and will continue to provide that support between those specific dates, all right? If you are an independent student, and when you get to this question, once again, just carefully look at the question. Don't forget to include people in your household size. As long as they're meeting these definitions, then you can include them, and you can then move forward with your financial aid application. Now, the next section of the application is going to cover financial information, okay? So this is, of course, a very critical piece of your financial aid application and of your financial aid eligibility. We're now going to take a look at some of the income and tax questions on the FAFSA and DREAM Act application. The questions are going to be identical for both the FAFSA and the DREAM Act application, and the questions are actually identical between student and parent financial information. For both students and parents, the same questions about income, the same questions about tax information are asked. And so for purposes of our presentation, for purposes of our time together in this workshop, we're just going to combine it all, okay? But as you're working on your FAFSA, as you're working on your DREAM Act application, be very careful, okay? Pay close attention. There is a specific section for parent income and tax information, and there is a very specific section for student parent for student income and tax information. Do not mix these up, okay? For both the FAFSA and DREAM Act application, the questions are phrased, and there's language on those sections that say it's student information and parent information. A common error that we see is we receive applications where both the student and parents have identical income. They have identical tax information. So do not do that. Do not duplicate that reporting. Make sure that you're only looking at student income and tax questions and answering it for the student. And if you're answering parent income and tax questions, that you're only reporting parents' information. Now, once you enter this section for the financial information, there is, first of all, a question asking about if you filed taxes in 2019, if you as the student filed in 2019, and or if you as the parent filed taxes in 2019. In response to this question, you have a few options. You can state that you are not going to file. If you didn't file taxes and if you were not required to file taxes in 2019, you will state the following: not going to file. There may be some of you who have a tax filing extension or who still plan on filing taxes from 2019. If that is your situation, then you will report, will file. For those of you who did file taxes, whether you as the student or parent or parents, if you did file taxes in 2019, then you will state already completed. For those of you who report that you are not going to file taxes, remember that you will still need to report 2019 income information if you were working in 2019. You will see questions asking for that information. For those of you who state that you will file taxes or you already completed filing taxes from 2019, you will need to report information from your 2019 tax return. Make sure to have those records available. Let's look at an example of where to find information if you did not file taxes and if you were working in 2019. For those of you who didn't file in 2019, but you were employed and working, if you did earn wages in 2019, you will need to report the income you earned from working, and you will want to refer to your 2019 W-2 information. On the screen, you'll see an example of what a W-2 could look like. Oftentimes, they look like this. Make sure you're looking at 2019 information. So pay close attention to your W-2 and what year is reported on that W-2. And you will want to look at the amount or amounts reported on box 1. Some of you maybe only have one W-2, maybe you have several W-2s, but make sure to gather those documents. Make sure you're looking at 2019 W-2 information so that you can report the income that you earned from working. For those of you who will file your taxes or you've already filed your taxes in 2019, I recommend using the data retrieval tool if at all possible. For those of you who are working on the FAFSA application, try to use the data retrieval tool. This is a great feature of the FAFSA application. The data retrieval tool will basically import tax information directly from the IRS database. What that means is that the tax information is coming directly from the source, the IRS, and you will not have to answer the tax questions. Your information will automatically transfer, and that will help speed up your FAFSA application. If at all possible, try to use the data retrieval tool. If you are eligible to use the data retrieval tool, you will see the following on your FAFSA application. You will see a blue button, Link to IRS, and you will then see a prompt, a message that states you are leaving the FAFSA, but that you want to proceed to the IRS website. For those of you who are choosing to use the IRS data retrieval tool, when you go to that IRS webpage, you will then have to input your address information. Now, this is important. The address information has to be exactly as it appears on your 2019 tax return. Make sure to enter that address exactly as it appears on your 2019 tax return, and hopefully that data retrieval tool works. If it works, then all the information is transferred over. If the data retrieval tool doesn't work for you, or if you are not able to use the data retrieval tool, that's okay. You can still report your tax information based on looking at your tax returns. Here's an example of what that tax return should look like. For those of you who filed taxes in 2019, or if you will file taxes in 2019, you will want to consult a 1040 tax return form from 2019. So this is an example of what your 1040 should look like. Of course, make sure you're looking at 2019 tax return information, and make sure that you're looking at every page of the tax return. It's very critical to have all pages of your tax return. For some of you, maybe you only have one page, maybe you only have 2 pages, but make sure you have everything so that you're able to answer each question. For some tax filers, some of you may have used what are called IRS schedules. IRS schedules are forms that are submitted with your tax return in order to report other types of income or other types of credits or deductions. Not everyone uses these IRS schedules, but if you did use IRS schedules, make sure to also have those available because you may need to refer to those in order to answer some questions. For those of you who did file taxes or will file taxes from 2019, you will then see the following question. The question asks about your adjusted gross income. Now, the question also does refer you to the line item specific to your IRS 1040 form. In order to report your adjusted gross income, you will want to look at your IRS 1040 form at line 8B. And here's an example on the screen of where you want to look. For those of you who filed taxes or will file taxes, that 1040 form, look at your 1040 form and look at line 8B, and that will report your adjusted gross income. Whatever amount is included there, you will then report that on your FAFSA or DREAM Act application, and you can then move forward with the next tax question. As a reminder, the FAFSA and DREAM Act application will have help and hint features available. Make sure to use those features. Those are great ways to receive additional guidance, particularly the FAFSA application. If you're working on the FAFSA application, by selecting that help and hints feature, you are taken to an article that provides some additional explanation. And specifically to the tax questions, if you use the help and hints feature, you will also see a visual aid similar to what we're looking at. You'll also see a screenshot, a snapshot of the tax return, and an indication of where to look. So the FAFSA, the DREAM Act application, has a lot of built-in help to help you answer those questions. The next tax question that we will see ultimately is going to ask about how much was made from working. How much you earned from working, you as the student, or how much your parent or your parents made from working in 2019. In order to answer this question, you might need to refer to different documents. You'll notice that for this question, the question encourages you to refer to different documents, okay? And there's quite a lot here. In order to answer this question, you may need to refer to the following. You may need to refer to the IRS 1040 form, line 1. You may need to refer to the IRS Schedule 1 form, specifically lines 3 and 6, or you may need to refer to IRS Schedule K1, specifically box 14, and any amount that's reported as Code A. As a reminder, not everyone uses all of these schedules, all right? Each person's tax information can be different, but in order to answer this question about how much was earned from working, you may need to look at these different forms. Some of you may have filed your taxes jointly. Students, if you're independent and if you're married, you may have filed jointly. And if you and your spouse were working, then you might need to determine how much you made as a student and how much your spouse made. So keep that in mind, that you may need to separate the amount of wages that are reported on your tax return. Additionally, parents, maybe you filed jointly. And if that's the case, if both of you were working, both you and your spouse were working in 2019, then you may have your wages all reported together on line 1. So please keep that in mind. If taxes were filed jointly, and if there are two parties who were working who have earned income from 2019, then you might need to spend a little time just carefully separating how much income each person made. So do refer back to W-2 forms if needed to see how much each person made. Do make sure to look at Schedule 1. Maybe there's been some business income to see who earned that business income, etc. Here's an example of the IRS 1040 form, line 1. So you will refer to this line in order to respond to how much in wages were made in 2019. As a reminder, if you filed jointly and if both parties were working, then likely the wages contains information from both persons. So you will need to separate that out. To help in doing that, you can refer to W-2 forms. Just look at the amounts reported in box 1 and see which W-2 belongs to each person. You may need to refer to IRS Schedule 1. As a reminder, not everyone uses IRS Schedule 1, but if you did use IRS Schedule 1, make sure to check to see if there's business income that was reported or farm income that was reported. If there are amounts reported on lines 3 or 6, these amounts are included as income earned from work, and they are included in answering the question that we saw. There may be some of you who also used IRS Schedule K1, and this is an example of what IRS Schedule K1 looks like. If you did use IRS Schedule K1, then look at box 14, and you will want to see if there's any amount reported as Code A. Okay, so the next part of the FAFSA and DREAM Act application are ultimately going to determine if you have a more simplified experience. There are some questions that you might see that are, once again, used to determine if you have a more simplified FAFSA or DREAM Act experience. One such question is going to ask you about whether you filed IRS Schedule 1. You can answer yes to this question, or you can answer no to this question if you didn't file Schedule 1. So of course, right, if you didn't file Schedule 1, answer no to this question. However, you can actually answer no to this question if the only reason that you filed Schedule 1 was to report one or more of the following items: virtual currency, unemployment compensation, educator expenses, IRA deductions, student loan interest deductions, or an Alaska Permanent Fund dividend. Now, I know that seems interesting. And once again, the FAFSA and DREAM Act application, they do have that built-in help and guidance, but make sure to carefully look at this question. Of course, answer no if you didn't file using Schedule 1, but remember, even if you did file Schedule 1, you can answer no to this question if the only reason that you filed Schedule 1 was to report what's on the screen there. And this information is also included on the FAFSA and DREAM Act application. Once you answer this question, you will continue with the application. Some of you may see the following question, and this is another question that's going to be used to determine if you have a more simplified experience. The question is going to ask, as of today, whether you, if you're an independent student, or whether your parents, if you are a dependent student, are a dislocated worker. Now, when you get to this question, if you're unsure, I would recommend that you look at the definition on this application. Dislocated worker has a very specific meaning, a very specific definition, and both the FAFSA and DREAM Act application will cover that. But you will answer yes or no to this question, and you will then continue. The next question is another question that's used to determine if you have that more simplified experience. The question is going to ask whether in 2019 or 2020, whether you, if you're an independent student, you and your household, or if you're a dependent student, whether your parents or anyone in your parents' household, received any of the following federal benefits. Benefits such as Medicaid, Supplemental Security Income, or SSI, Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program benefits, SNAP, free or reduced price school lunches, temporary assistance for needy families, or special supplemental nutrition program for women, infants, and children. You will select each benefit that may have been received during 2019 or 2020. If none of these benefits were received, that's okay. You can just simply report none of the above. Okay, the next section of the FAFSA and DREAM Act application will ask about income taxes paid for 2019. You will only see this question if you filed your taxes, okay? These tax questions we are viewing are only presented if you as the student, or if your parents, if you're a dependent student, if you filed taxes or will file taxes in 2019. In order to answer this question, in order to see the amount of income taxes paid, you will want to refer to the amount reported on IRS 1040 form, line 14. And what you will need to do is you will need to subtract any amount that may be reported on IRS Schedule 2, line 2. Once again, not everyone uses IRS Schedule 2. If you do not have IRS Schedule 2, that's perfectly fine. Just look at the 1040 form and look to see how much is reported on line 14. Here's an example of where to look at on your 1040 form. In order to answer this question about income taxes paid, look at the 1040 and look at line 14 and report any amount listed here. If you don't see any number on here, that's okay, just enter 0. If you're seeing 0, that's perfectly fine. You will simply report 0 to this question. For those of you who did file with IRS Schedule 2, double check to see if you have any amount reported on line 2. If this is your situation, if you did use IRS Schedule 2, and if you do have an amount reported under line 2, then you're going to subtract however much is included on line 2, subtract that from whatever amount is reported on 1040 line 14. Once you enter your income taxes paid, you can then continue with the FAFSA or DREAM Act application. The next section will ask for you to report some additional financial items. Now, all of these items ultimately can be found on the tax return, and each question that you're going to see will refer you to different places of the IRS tax return. But you may need to report amounts of combat pay that was earned. And if this doesn't apply to your situation, if some of these financial items don't apply to your situation, that's okay. You can just report 0. For example, combat pay, you're only earning combat pay if you're enlisted in the armed forces and if you are fulfilling service in a combat zone, okay? So if that's not applicable to your situation or your parent's situation, then this should be 0. You also will need to report any amounts of scholarships or grants reported as income on your tax return. If you reported education credits on your tax return, you will need to report that as well. Amounts of untaxed IRA or pension distributions will need to be reported. IRA deductions or payments to self-employed retirement plans. This would also be included on your tax return, and if this does fit your situation, you will need to report those amounts. If there is any tax-exempt interest income, you will need to report that on the FAFSA or DREAM Act application. As a reminder, look through each question, but the questions are asking about whether any of these financial items are applicable to your situation, and each question will show you where on the tax return to view that information. If some or all of these don't apply, that is okay. Simply report $0 for each of these financial items. Once you're done, you can move forward with the FAFSA or DREAM Act application. You will have to report some additional financial items, all from 2019. Any amounts of child support paid, you will report those as applicable to your situation. If there were any work earnings from cooperative education programs from 2019, you will also report those, or simply report $0 if this doesn't apply to your situation. Make sure to report any taxable earnings from need-based employment programs that were made available through a college. And if this doesn't apply, perfectly fine, just report $0. Okay, the next section will ask about untaxed income, specifically untaxed income from 2019. You will want to report any amounts of child support that were received from 2019, military clergy living allowances from 2019, payments to tax-deferred pension and retirement savings plans. Once again, this is as applicable to your situation, and each question will have that help and hints feature, so make sure to take advantage of that so that you can respond to each question accurately. You will need to report any amounts of veterans non-education benefits if applicable to your situation, or other types of untaxed income that hasn't been reported. Examples of this are workers' compensation or disability benefits. There may be some of you who are receiving untaxed Social Security benefits, and that actually is not reportable on the FAFSA or DREAM Act application. You will not need to report untaxed amounts of Social Security benefits, so do not include them on the FAFSA or DREAM Act application. Once you're done reporting each of these items or entering 0 on these items, you can then continue with your application. The next section of the application is asking about asset information. Asset has a very specific definition for the FAFSA and DREAM Act application. Assets include the current value of cash, checking, and savings accounts for the parent or student. Assets include the net worth of investments, including real estate. However, do not report your home. You don't need to report your main residence, the principal place where you're living, you don't need to report that home. However, if you do own other properties, multiple properties, then you will need to report the net worth of those properties. Assets also include the net worth of you or your parents' businesses or investment farms. However, you don't need to include a business or an investment farm if you have fewer than 100 full-time employees. And this information that we're seeing, this is also available on the FAFSA and DREAM Act application. Remember, you have those help and hints available through the application, so make sure to use those for additional guidance and as a reminder as you're working on each question. When you're reporting the asset information, the value of your assets is the value as of today. Okay, and this is important. It's not going to be the value of your assets from when you filed your taxes or the value of your assets next quarter. It's simply the value as of today. So make sure to report that accordingly. Okay, so we've gone through quite a bit of information. We've covered some of the initial questions on the FAFSA and DREAM Act application, those student demographic questions. We've covered information about your educational level, your plan as a student. We've covered how you may need to report high school information and how you can include colleges and universities on your FAFSA and DREAM Act application. And then each application will make a determination about whether you're a dependent student or whether you're an independent student. Just as a reminder, if you are a dependent student and if you do have a special circumstance where you cannot provide parent information, you can still complete your application. And then you can work with the financial aid offices at each school to see what your next steps are. For those of you who are dependent, you will need to have your parent information reported on that application, and you will provide information like your parent's name, date of birth, etc. And as we saw, the financial section of the application is very full with questions about income information, questions about tax information, and different financial items. As a reminder, a great benefit to the online application, both the FAFSA and the DREAM Act, is the built-in help and hints features available to help you with the application. And I've noticed throughout our workshop, throughout our time together, I'm so happy to see that we've had tons of questions getting submitted. So that's great. We've been able to answer many of your questions, and we still have our live Q&A workshop as well, where we will answer your questions live and where you can work on your applications. And if you're running into any issues, feel free to reach out. And we're so excited to support you all today with completing your application. At this point of the FAFSA and DREAM Act, once we've answered everything, there's a section of the application where you will see a summary of your responses. For the FAFSA application, you will see a summary page, and you will literally see all of your responses. Make sure to review those. Look at your responses. If there are any mistakes, that's okay. You can make corrections. Make those corrections so that your application is accurate. If you are completing the DREAM Act application, you will also want to look at all of your responses. For the DREAM Act application, you will just look at previous sections. Make sure to look to use the previous button, but look at all your sections that you've completed just to make sure everything's accurate. If corrections are needed, maybe you made an honest mistake, that's okay. You can make those corrections, and then you will continue with the application. At this point, we are almost done. We're almost done, and we're now going to work on the signature. Let's first talk about the FAFSA signature process. For those of you working on the FAFSA application, students, you will select the Provide Student Signature button. There's a button, and you will select that in order to provide your signature on the FAFSA application. In order to provide your signature, you will need to agree to the terms and conditions that are presented on the screen, and you will then select the button that says Sign this FAFSA. Parents, you will also need to sign the FAFSA application. Students, if you are a dependent student, remember you do need parent information on your application, so your parent will need to provide their signature. Parents, you have a few options to sign the FAFSA application. In order to sign, you will also need to agree to the terms and conditions. And parents, you will need to sign the FAFSA application using either a federal student aid ID number, the FSA ID number, or by printing the signature page and physically signing the signature page. We spoke about the Federal Student Aid ID. We spoke about how that's a unique ID. Students, you have your own FSA ID. Parents, you can also create an FSA ID as long as you have an active Social Security number. Those of you who have an active Social Security number, I do encourage you parents to create that FSA ID. This will allow you to sign the application electronically, and this will be your unique ID, you as an individual, and you will use that every year to sign as a parent, as long as the student is considered a dependent student. If you haven't created the FSA ID, that's okay, there's still time. You can still create your FSA ID and use it to sign off on the FAFSA application. For those of you who don't have a Social Security number, that's okay. You can still print off that signature page. The signature page will get printed out, you will sign, and then mail it to the address provided on that signature page. Let's now talk about the DREAM Act application signature process. For those of you who are working on the California DREAM Act application, students, there is a signature box that you will select, okay? You will select that signature box and then save and submit. And you're good to go. You as a student have signed the application. Parents, you will need to sign that application, and you also have a couple of options. If you as a students, if you're a dependent, you will need that parent information on your application, and your parent will need to sign off on that application. Once the DREAM Act application is submitted, once students, you have selected the signature, sign and submit, there's going to be a pop-up. You will see a pop-up, and parents, you can follow those steps. There is a series of steps that you will follow where you can then sign the application. Parents, you'll sign it with a PIN number. So you can just follow the instructions from that pop-up window. If for whatever reason you need to sign this at a later point, that's okay. You always have the option of going to the DREAM Act webpage, and parents, you can select the parent signature green button. And there's an example on the screen of what that's going to look like. Parents, you will have a unique PIN number. So this is a PIN number that you will create and you are going to use every year to sign the DREAM Act application for as long as the student is considered a dependent student. Well, congratulations, we did it. We literally went through the entire FAFSA and DREAM Act application process. We've looked at those steps to get started, how to go to the web page and log in onto the FAFSA and DREAM Act application. And as we saw, there are different sections to the FAFSA and DREAM Act application, and there are various questions used on the application. Ultimately, your responses to all of those questions are used to determine your financial aid eligibility. There is a calculation which happens, which will calculate a score. There is a score that is calculated based on your responses, and that score is going to determine your financial aid eligibility. The score is termed an expected family contribution score, EFC score. Now the EFC score is not necessarily how much you actually have to pay to go to college, but that score does have a big effect. It does have a big effect in terms of your financial aid eligibility, what options and amounts you can receive at the different colleges and universities you choose to attend. Let's spend a few moments to talk about what happens next. We've spent quite a bit of time looking at the financial aid application. And as you remember, as we started our workshop, we looked at some financial aid basics. We talked about what financial aid is, the different types out there. Let's now briefly cover what happens once you submit your application. Here is a summary of the process. Of course, it all starts with completing the FAFSA or DREAM Act application. And you really want to complete the application, the 2021-2022 application, complete that by March 2nd, 2021. The good news is that for those of you who are here participating in this event, if you finish your application today, you are way ahead of schedule, right? You're meeting the March 2nd deadline. Make sure to do this by March 2nd in order to potentially maximize your financial aid eligibility, specifically your state financial aid options. We encourage all of you to check your email for updates. Once you send your FAFSA, once you send your DREAM Act application, you will get emails from the FAFSA, from the DREAM Act, and those emails will confirm once your application is processed. through the federal or state application system. And the emails will send you reminders. Maybe you forgot to include a signature. Maybe you forgot to complete your application once you got started. You will get email reminders, so make sure to check those emails. Once your application is processed, the FAFSA or DREAM Act application, you will have access to what's called a student aid report or a California aid report. Those of you who are completing the FAFSA, you will have access to a student aid report, the SAR. Those of you who are working on the DREAM Act application, you will have the California aid report, or CAR. You'll get a CAR. Make sure to look at those reports. Those reports are very, very important. The reports will provide a summary of all of your responses. And I know that seems very redundant and tedious, but believe me, we all make mistakes. It does happen where I have personally viewed these reports with students and we find some mistakes, okay? Make sure to look at these reports just to double check, triple check that everything is reported accurately. If you notice that there's an error, something was just completely incorrect at the time that you did the application, you can make those corrections. That's perfectly fine. The reports also will include important eligibility information. If on your FAFSA or if on your DREAM Act application, if something is really wrong, maybe you're missing a signature, maybe you really misreported some tax information, there are comments included on there that can help you understand what action might be needed from you. The reports have very useful information. If you did the FAFSA, your student aid report will also provide an estimate of how much in federal grants and loans you might qualify for. Please keep in mind this is an estimate, but more often than not, it's pretty accurate. This will be a good resource for you. You will also want to view any messages, any offer letters that are getting sent to you from the schools. Each college, each university will have their own procedure in terms of when or if they're going to communicate with you what financial aid options you are eligible for at those schools. Either way, pay close attention to your emails to see if there are messages from the schools. Pay close attention to your email or your physical mail. Colleges, universities, they will start communicating with you. Your eligibility in the form of financial aid offer letters or financial aid awards. There are different terms used, but normally schools will start to communicate with you what options you have. And that's going to be a great source of information, especially as you might be in a situation where you are comparing financial aid offers from each schools, and that might have an effect, right, in terms of your decision of where you choose to enroll. For those of you who might consider enrolling summer of 2021, if that's an option for you, or maybe you want to enroll into college and complete college courses summer 2021. If that is your situation, I highly recommend that you work on the 2020-2021 application. For some colleges, for some universities, the summer 2021 term is part of the 2020-2021 academic year, and that actually requires the 2020-2021 application. That is the case here at Mount SAC. Here at Mount SAC, if you're going to enroll during the summer 2021 term, if you want to receive consideration for financial aid, make sure to do the 2020-2021 application. The 2020-21 application, that's available, okay? So definitely complete it, especially if you plan on enrolling during the summer 2021 term. And of course, ask questions. Do not be afraid to ask questions. The financial aid offices at each school are there to support you. The offices are there to help you understand your eligibility, to help you understand your status. There may be some of you who, after submitting your application, you might need to submit documents. You might need to submit tax information. You might need to submit different worksheets. It really just depends, but work closely with each school's financial aid office to see where you're at in the process and to gain a better understanding about your eligibility. I do want to mention that there may be some of you who have experienced a drastic change in your financial situation. As we learned, the 2021-2022 application is asking for 2019 income and tax information from last year. Between last year and now, a lot can happen, and a lot has happened, especially with the current pandemic. If you have experienced a drastic change in your situation, maybe you've experienced unemployment, maybe you've experienced reduced work hours, if your income and tax information doesn't really fit your current situation, there might be some options. There might be options to work with the financial aid offices at each school to see if they can account for the change in your status. This is something that each college, each university will work on with you. Each school, each university has their own procedure, has their own policy, but it could be possible. It could be possible for the financial aid offices to work with you, to partner with you in order to see whether your FAFSA or DREAM Act can be adjusted due to those special circumstances. So I do want to mention that because there may be some of you who have experienced that, so make sure to work closely with the financial aid offices at each college, at each university. Well, great. I hope that you all have a better understanding about the FAFSA and DREAM Act application. I'm very excited that we had that opportunity to really dive deep, to really learn about the steps involved to complete the application. We've looked at those different questions, and we've also talked about what to expect after you have submitted your application. Before we transition into our live Q&A workshop, I want to briefly talk about an exciting opportunity to give some feedback, but also to enter into a scholarship drawing. There is a Cash for College student survey that is going to be made available to you. So currently you can access the following webpage. You can also scan the code that you see right now. And right now through the chat box, you now have a link. There's a link directly to the student survey. Complete this survey. It is so important to us to always find ways to enhance this Cash for College event. We're so pleased to offer this event fall and spring every year, and we're always looking for ways to improve, ways to enhance this event. So we'd love to hear from you. Please complete the survey, spend a few minutes. You can access this survey once again through the link that you're seeing through the chat box. The link is on our slide at this point. Or for those of you with a smartphone, get your QR code reader and you can go ahead and scan the image on the screen. Complete the survey and you're able to enter into a chance to win a scholarship. And we're able to hear from you. As mentioned, we always want to find ways to better enhance and better support all of you, especially with completing your financial aid application. We also would like to share that we have our post-event resource webpage now live and available. This was shared earlier, but we have a designated web page, a landing page where you can find great information. On this web page, there's a link to the student survey, so you'll see the image right there, the Cash for College student survey. So that'll take you to that survey, but you're going to find a wealth of other resources to assist you not only with your financial aid application, but in general, to better understand the financial aid process, financial aid information. On this webpage, you're going to find some videos that the Mount SAC Financial Aid Office has produced, videos about Financial Aid 101, and videos where we literally go through the entire FAFSA. So there's one video for the FAFSA and one video for the DREAM Act application. That's going to be a great resource for you if you ever want to return. And there are also videos about how to create the federal student aid ID, for example. We also have checklists available on this webpage as well. You're going to have access to the Cash for College toolkit, worksheets that we've created to help you completing the FAFSA and DREAM Act application. So you're going to have all of those resources there on one page if ever you want to return to find that information. Make sure to check it out. And we have the website for this Cash for College post-event resource webpage through the chat box as well, so make sure to take a look. Finally, it's so important for us to stay connected with you all. We really value the opportunity to partner with you, to support you with completing this very important application, especially because this application can help connect you with financial resources so that college is a possibility, so that you are able to continue with your learning and achieve your educational goals. On the screen right now, you'll see our financial aid office hours. We are currently open Monday through Friday, 8 a.m. till 4:30 p.m. And there are various ways to connect with us, to contact us. You'll see our office phone number, 909-274-5444. 4450. You can reach us by email as well, financialaid@mountsac.edu. We have great resources both through our webpage, mountsac.edu/financial aid, and the Instagram world. We are on Instagram at MountSac_FA. If you have Instagram, make sure to follow us. Both the website and the Instagram account have amazing resources that we make available. We're of course going to promote different workshops, different events that you can participate. So do look for that promotional material. We also include financial literacy information. We value the opportunity to help you all better understand financial aid options, financial aid information, because we recognize that equipping you all with this knowledge really helps you make the most of your college experience. You're able to more easily go through the financial aid process. You're able to better understand your eligibility and options. And this is going to make your college experience more streamlined, okay? And especially for some of you as you are going to continue with your education at a four-year school, or if you're having to compare different financial aid offers, the resources, the information that we have and have made available on our website and Instagram account will help you in that process. So take advantage of that. There are these various ways to stay connected and help us to be a great resource with you. We value supporting our students, but also supporting our local community. And at this point, we're going to transition to some other amazing workshops that we have. Thank you once again for participating in our workshop where we learned about completing the FAFSA and the DREAM Act application. It was a joy to join you all, and I look forward to supporting you all through the rest of this event. Thank you.
Wow, Rudy, thank you so much for sharing your knowledge on the FAFSA and the California DREAM Act applications. There were a ton of questions that came in through our Q&A feature, some that are still unanswered, but definitely going to be able to get an opportunity to answer them right now. But before we get started, students and families, you will be receiving a post-event email with information on how to access this recorded presentation, as well as every segment of this event as well. And of course, other resources to help you through the financial aid application process. The email will contain a webpage link. As Rudy shared, we have created a post-event webpage where all of this information, all of these videos, this recording, the worksheets and other resources will be housed, and you will be able to access at any point 24 hours a day. So now we will zoom right into our live Q&A session. Here you can continue to ask questions via our Q&A feature. We will be reading questions and answering them out loud. As mentioned, all students and families who register for Cash for College will receive this post-event email that will also actually include predetermined frequently asked questions, as well as the questions that came in through our Q&A feature. These are the common questions we are asked by students and parents regarding the financial aid application process. You may also submit a question privately, as many of you have done, that is anonymously, and our expert staff will honor your submission and respond accordingly as well. But before we begin our live Q&A session, we would like to remind you of our scholarships and admissions and records workshops happening right now as well. As mentioned earlier in the presentation, you all should have received a pre-event email that contained your Cash for College toolkit. This Cash for College toolkit included links to the admissions and records and the scholarships workshops, so you will be able to access those at any point. However, if you don't have your Cash for College toolkit handy right now, you can actually access that toolkit on our webpage as well. We have shared the link in our chat box. It is there. It is our Mount SAC Cash for College post-event webpage. You will find the toolkit there and access those two workshops as well. So for now, let's go ahead and get started. And again, thank you, Rudy, for sharing all that information earlier with us. So I am joined today by some of our expert staff that have actually been answering some of the questions that were happening in the Q&A session. Rudy, welcome back. We have Christine Santiago with us, financial aid specialist. Thank you, Rudy, for joining us. We have Desiree Landeros, financial aid administrative specialist as well. Thank you, Desiree. And then we have Roman Cardona, who's also here with us today and will be able to answer questions. So like I mentioned, we have a ton of questions that came in, a phenomenal engagement, and then we still have a couple questions that are pending. So let's go ahead and get started. So for the first question, it was, I was on the IRS website to get the 2019 tax return, and it gave me a message that says the site can only be entered through the Department of Education. What do I do? This is a great question, and I think Christine Santiago will be able to help us answer that.
Okay, so for this question, you can just go ahead and continue on. It's just letting you know that you will be entering the official federal IRS website.
Thank you, Christine. The second question, it's actually a Spanish question, and luckily we do have two Spanish speakers, myself and Roman Cardona, who's also a Spanish speaker, so I'll go ahead and read that question in Spanish and then translate it in English as well. Aproximadamente, ¿cuánto tiempo se tardan en darnos los resultados para saber a qué aplicamos? The question read is, approximately how much time does it take for us to receive the results of the application? That is a great question, and I'll first answer that in English and then allow Roman Cardona to answer that in Spanish. And the response is, the Department of Education usually takes about 2 to 5 business days to process your application. At that point, you will receive an email from them letting you know that your application has been processed. And as we learned from Rudy, that application will contain a student aid report, or for students who completed a California DREAM Act application, the CAR, the California Aid Report. That is going to contain, again, just a snapshot of the questions and the answers that you have provided on the application, but it will also determine your financial aid eligibility in the sense that it will give you kind of a screenshot of what you may potentially qualify for. Of course, you always want to follow up with the college financial aid office that you will be attending to get further information as far as if there's any other additional requirements that are going to be needed from you, or to also let you know what other types of aid you may qualify for. Now, Roman, do you mind answering that question in Spanish for our students and our families?
No, absolutely not. So la aplicación dura aproximadamente 3 a 5 días para que se procese. Inicialmente, en cuanto se procesa la aplicación, el estudiante va a recibir un correo electrónico donde le va a dar la información de posiblemente la cantidad con la cual el estudiante va a calificar, ya sea en préstamos o lo que es dinero gratuito, lo que se llaman los grants. Pero igualmente, si reciben la información, pueden mirar el reporte de las preguntas, cómo se respondieron, y si acaso tienen que hacer correcciones dependiendo con la información que le den.
Thank you, Roman. So we're moving on to our next question, and the next question is, I only input 10 colleges, as Rudy said, but I still haven't input some of the UCs and Cal States I'm applying to. Is that something I should go ahead and do? Rudy, since you are mentioned in this question, I will go ahead and let you answer that one.
Sure, happy to. So just to summarize, on both the FAFSA and DREAM Act application, you will initially only have the opportunity to include 10 colleges on your FAFSA or DREAM Act application. Make sure to include any school you think is a possibility, but at a later point, you can always relog onto the application. Keep in mind, you will need to wait for your FAFSA or DREAM Act to process. When you submit your application for the first time, you will need to wait for that application to fully process, but once the application is processed, you will get that email, and you can then relog onto your FAFSA or DREAM Act. And what you will do is you will remove some or all of those colleges, however much extra room you need to make. You can remove those colleges and then include any additional schools that were not included during your first submission. And this could be something that you do throughout. I don't know how many schools you're considering. I'd love to know the record of how many colleges have been included on an application, but you can always relog in at that later point, remove schools, and include others.
Thank you, Rudy. Next question is, do the parent FAFSA ID have to renew with taxes and all the information? So I think this question is probably twofold. Do parents have to renew their FSA ID if they filed a new tax return? And Des Landeros, I think you might be able to help us answer this question.
Yes, so they do not have to renew their FAFSA ID, but they do have to renew the income information that was reported. They want to just update it to the year that the application is asking for.
Thank you. And if I may add to that response, once a student and or parent creates an FSA ID, that is going to be their FSA ID going forward. So if a parent is creating an FSA ID to help their child complete their FAFSA application, in this case, they'll use that same FSA ID to help that one child or any other children that they may have. In addition, if the parent itself actually wants to attend college, they will use that same FSA ID to complete their own application as well. So hopefully that helps answer your question. The next question is basically trying to understand if we subtract the mortgage from the real assets. That is an excellent, excellent question, and it's actually one of the questions that we get frequently. And I know that Christine Santiago can help us answer that question.
So when it comes to assets, first, when it comes to a home, you will not include any assets from a home that you are currently living in. This question is more for any maybe rental properties or investment properties that you may have. And in order to figure out the net worth of that property, what you will do is take whatever the fair market value of that property would be, as if you were to maybe put it for sale right now. So let's say it's worth $500,000. And then yes, you would subtract out your mortgage or whatever you owe on that house. So if you still owe $300,000 on that rental property, then the net value or the net worth that you would enter for that asset would be that extra $200,000 that you may have.
Thank you, Christine. It's always a challenging question, and like I mentioned, we always get that frequently. The next question is, if he plans to attend in the summer of 2021, what year should he apply for? 2020, 2021? That is a great question, and I believe Rudy did answer that in our presentation. Rudy, do you mind sharing the answer to that again?
Sure, I'd love to. For those of you who are considering college enrollment during the summer 2021 term, it's very important to apply for financial aid. There are still financial aid options that might be available to you to help you cover those expenses during the summer. Ultimately, each college will treat the summer, they will treat the summer based on including it with a specific school year. Okay, for example, the summer 2021 term at Mount SAC is treated as part of the 2020-2021 school year. Because of that, because we include summer as part of the 2020-2021 school year, we do ask students to complete the 2020-2021 application. However, there are some schools who will treat the summer term as the beginning of a newer school year. So there can be some colleges, some universities that will treat summer 2021 as part of the 2021-2022 school year. Because of that, I would strongly recommend that you connect with whatever college, whatever university that you are going to attend. Schools really should make this information available on their webpage, so try to find it on their website. If that's not a possibility, or if you just want to go to the source and talk to someone, just make sure to reach out to that college, that school. It's very common though for summer to be treated as the last term, the last semester of a school year, but just double check with each school.
Thank you, Rudy. The next question we have is, let's see. Can we go over the numbers on the application again, please? I am assuming that the application numbers you are referring to is probably what tax information is required on the 2021-2022 application. Roman, do you mind answering this question? Roman, you are currently muted.
Sorry about that. So the information that would be required, the tax information that would be required would be the tax information that was filed in 2019. So for the 2021-2022 tax information, parent, student would have to use tax information, earnings, wages for the year of 2019.
Thank you, Roman. Our next question is, if grandparents live in the home, do they have to be dependent on the parent's tax return to be considered part of the household? This is a great question. Christine, do you mind helping us answer this question?
Sure. So the question will ask on the FAFSA if the parents will be financially supporting these other people that are in the home. from July 1st, 2021 through June 30, 2022. So they do not necessarily have to be on the taxes as dependents. It's all whether or not your parents will be financially supporting them during the upcoming academic year.
Thank you, Christine. And Christine, I will also hand you the next question. For students asking, what is the SSID for the Cash for College survey? And the Cash for College survey is asking for the SSID. I believe that is issued through our schools. Christine, do you want to elaborate on that?
Sure. So the SSID is usually found on the high school students, usually on their transcript or in their high school information. That's where they'll be able to get that particular ID number.
Thank you, Christine. Next question is, my father took all of his money out of his retirement plan for an emergency. This money was reported to the IRS. Will that affect my student aid? That is a great question. And I know Rudy will be able to answer that question for us.
Yes, happy to. Thank you for the question. Now, a student's financial aid eligibility is based on a multitude of factors. There are a lot of factors that will determine what financial aid options you qualify to receive. And even on the FAFSA application, even if the amount of money drawn down from that retirement plan, even if it was a substantial amount, there could be other pieces of information on your application that will qualify you for a lot of financial aid. So it really just depends. There could be other factors to where maybe it doesn't have a big effect on your student aid eligibility. So still answer each question based on what's true. So yes, if the amount of money from the retirement plan, if that is reported as income on the tax return, then ultimately when you're responding to each of those tax questions on the application, that money is part of your responses. However, what I would encourage you to do is contact the financial aid office at the school that you choose to attend, because you could work with each school's financial aid office, explain your situation, and the schools might be able to exclude a portion or all of that money, especially if the reason was related to an emergency experience. So each college, each university could choose to remove a portion or some of that money, and then reevaluate your financial aid eligibility. So do still complete the application, respond to each question accurately. It may not have a big effect, but work with each school's financial aid office.
Thank you, Rudy. The next question reads, I clicked the next past the student financials and it just logged me out. What should I do? Des Landeros, do you mind helping our students troubleshoot in this scenario?
Yes, so there could be many reasons why it logged you out. It could be maybe the browser. I would try it on a different browser. And if you're able to locate your cookies and your cache, you might want to try to just clear that out. And then just re-logging into your application. If none of that works, we do highly encourage you to try contacting FAFSA. Maybe there is something wrong with your FSA ID, or for the most part, it could be that there's many people that logged in filling out the application at the same time you are. So maybe try again later on in the day or another day.
Thank you, Des. And if I can add to that question, it's always a good practice to always save. Always save as you are completing each section so that you are saving your responses and you're able to pick up where you left off if this does happen to you. Thank you. And the next question is, I got lost and confused through this video. Is there any way I can do this with someone on Zoom? Absolutely. So one of our commitments to our students and our communities is to make sure that we provide support not only today, but throughout the year, especially for our students who need to complete this application. Please note that we will be announcing soon to all of our local high schools of events that are coming up where you can join us and do a one-on-one Zoom appointment with us. We do currently have what we are calling Financial Aid Fridays, and this is every Friday at 1 o'clock. You can join us for a drop-in Zoom session and meet with a financial aid specialist who will be with you in a breakout room and be able to answer any questions, be able to share screen. So please do look out for that. Like Rudy mentioned, you can find information on that through our Instagram account. We do post reminders of those Fridays coming up. but also connect with us by phone or by email. We can share that information with you as well. And one thing I should also add, we do have, like I mentioned, our post-event resources webpage. There we do have a pre-recorded FAFSA and California DREAM Act recording that actually takes you through the entire application, line by line, question by question. So if you're able to view that and get more information and help assisting you with that application process. But again, we're available. So please connect with us. The next question is, for what is your parents' tax filing status according to their tax return? I'm not sure what to put. They're married. This is a great question. Roman, do you mind helping us answer this question?
Sure. So for that question, that's a great question. You would need to see your parents' tax information. So towards the top of the page, there's actually a check box that would indicate, how they filed their taxes. Some of the options may be married, filing joint, single, head of household, for example. So by viewing the 1040 form, you would be able to answer this question.
Thank you, Roman. Our next question is, would I still be considered first generation if my dad did not attend college, but my mom did? Christine, do you mind helping us answer this question?
Sure. So when it comes to first generation college students, it does have a few different definitions. Usually, you're considered a first generation college student if neither of your parents have earned a 4-year degree. So it really can depend on what type of degree that your mom earned. If it was a 2-year degree, then you could still be considered a first generation college student.
Thank you, Christine. Our next question, if my parent does not have a social security number and need to sign and mail it, where would I get the page for her to sign? This is a great question, and it's a very important question because as we learned through Rudy, we do have to make sure that our parents sign the FAFSA application, whether it is using an FSA ID or submitting a signature page. Rudy, do you mind elaborating on this question?
Absolutely. For those of you whose parents, whether one parent or both parents, who do not have a social security number, if you are completing the FAFSA application, then you will have a signature page that will need to get printed out, and your parent will sign off that signature page, and the signature page will get mailed to the address provided on that signature page. In terms of the steps involved to print it, when you are on that last screen of the FAFSA, the signature section, there is a box that says parent signature. You will select that blue button, provide parent signature. The parent will have to agree to the terms and conditions, so you'll have to say yes and continue to get to the signature section. That next screen will show you some options. There are options to submit without a signature, and there's an option to, I think it says other signature options. It'll state other signature options or print signature page. So that is what you should see. You will have to select that provide parent signature button, agree to the terms, and then there is an opportunity to select print signature page or other signature options, and that is where you can then print that signature page. The page is shown should come up as a PDF, so hopefully you have access to a printer at that point to then print off the document.
Thank you, Rudy. Our next question is, does this mean if we cannot make it to a certain event today, there will be a recording available for us to use? So for the recording that is going to be available for the Cash for College event itself, which is our welcome event, our presentation that Rudy just finished, the live Q&A sessions, and we do have a resource fair happening at 12 p.m. and a last Q&A session at 1 p.m. Those will be recorded and made available to our students after our event. That recording will be available in our post-event webpage. So please, again, look out for an email from us with information on how to access that. As far as recordings for our admissions and records and our scholarships workshops happening concurrently, we do encourage you to visit our scholarships webpage, where we actually do have tutorials and workshops and recordings as well on their webpage that you can access at any point. Those are made available to you always. And our admissions and records webpage as well that has a plethora of resources and information that you can access as well. Our next question is, are scholarships being given away, or are we just going to be told how they work? This is a great question, and we understand that scholarships is an important part of the financial aid process as well. We actually have an amazing scholarships program here at Mount SAC that I know Christine can speak on, and then also just generally speaking on scholarships as well. Christine?
Yes, so with that question in regards to scholarships being given away, I think they might have been referring to our scholarship workshop that's happening today. At that workshop, they will just be explaining how to apply for scholarships, where to look for scholarships, that kind of thing. There will be availability to ask questions at that workshop as well. So I would definitely recommend that you try and attend. There is a scholarship that is being given away today through the survey, through the California Student Aid Commission. So if you complete that survey at the end of this event and fill out your FAFSA or DREAM Act, there is a chance to win a scholarship through, like I said, the California Student Aid Commission. So we do have an awesome scholarship program here at Mount SAC, which you can visit anytime, regardless if you're a student here, where we offer a lot of great resources as far as we do have our own resources here at Mount SAC, our own opportunities to win scholarships, as well as we also offer some good websites that you can search for scholarships as well. If you just go to the regular Mount SAC website, you can search for scholarships and you'll be able to find our scholarship webpage. If you are a student or planning on being a student here at Mount SAC, you can enter your information, your email information, to be added to our scholarship listserv, where we try and send out monthly emails to our students, just letting them know of opportunities that are available, as well as our own scholarship opportunities too. So I would definitely try and look that up, and I'll go ahead and put that website onto the chat as well. Thank you.
Great, thank you so much, Christine. Our next question is, what if at the time of applying for the FAFSA, I am unemployed, but I get a job after applying for FAFSA? Will this negatively impact my opportunity to get financial aid? That is a great question. Rudy, I know that you can help us answer this question.
Sure, I'd love to. Thank you for the question. When you're completing the 2021-2022 application, remember that there are questions asking about your income and your tax filing from 2019. If you get a job today, tomorrow, you don't have to report that information, because on the 2021-2022 FAFSA or DREAM Act, you're simply reporting 2019 income and tax information. Please keep in mind, if you are employed, if you begin to earn wages, earn money for 2020 for this year, eventually you will have to report that information. Eventually, you will need to report 2020 information for the 2022-2023 application, and that's not available. We're still a ways away from that. In terms of whether the money you are earning will negatively affect your financial aid eligibility, it really just depends. Your financial aid eligibility is based on so many different factors. It of course depends on how much you're making, and it depends on some other pieces of information on your FAFSA or DREAM Act application. If you are going to make $1 million, probably there might be some effect to your eligibility, but it really just depends. Do still complete your application, and if you do have major concerns, of course, feel free to connect with the financial aid office at each school.
Thank you, Rudy. Our next question is, how do we get our toolkits? This is a great question for our students who registered for this event. Prior to Friday, you should have received a pre-event email. This pre-event email contained information about this event itself. It also contained information about how to complete a California DREAM Act application and a FAFSA application. Those were 2 worksheets that were resources, hopefully, to help you facilitate your application process. And the actual Cash for College toolkit itself which was an agenda and included the Zoom links to our scholarships and admissions workshops happening right now, and also will be happening at 1 p.m. You can actually access that toolkit again if you, for whatever reason, may have lost that email. That toolkit is available on our webpage. We will drop the link to our webpage again. It is our post-event webpage where you will find this toolkit, where you will find the worksheets, and you will find all of these different resources, recordings, video tutorials on financial aid. So again, that link to that webpage will be in our chat, and you can access that toolkit there. Our next question is, how many times could we make or submit a correction with FAFSA applications once submitted? This is a great question. Roman, do you mind helping us answer this question?
Sure. So there's no limit to how many times you can actually go in and make corrections. Something important is the very first FAFSA submission, DREAM Act application submission is what has the due date attached to it. So if, for example, if you're able to complete your FAFSA application or DREAM Act application today, then you no longer have to worry about the March 2nd deadline. Moving forward, if new information comes about or you find out that you made a mistake, you can always go back in and make those corrections. So maybe you forgot to include a sibling, and you find out later. You could actually just log back in, make that correction, and then resubmit your FAFSA application. If you need to include a college, maybe you weren't sure that you were going to necessarily apply or attend, and now you feel like you are, then you go back in there and make that correction and resubmit the application again. So there's no limit, just until the application is correct and accurate. Feel free to go in there and make those updates.
Thank you, Roman. Our next question is, I have completed the FAFSA and is asking me to sign, or do I submit and I can send it later? That is a great question. Des Landeros, do you mind helping us answer this question?
Yes. So you are more than welcome to submit it. Just keep in mind that you want to sign it as soon as possible. The application isn't processed completely until a signature is applied. If you are a dependent student, that is your signature and your parent's signature. So like I said, you are more than welcome to submit it and then come back later to sign it. Just keep in mind, like what Rosie said earlier, remember to always save your application.
Thank you, Des. And again, very important to always make sure that you do go back and sign and submit your application successfully. Our next question is, under the parent financial sections in the FAFSA, it asks for student college grant and scholarship aid reported to the IRS in your parent's income. Is this information for the parent or student? Meaning, if the parent received a college grant, if they were a college student themselves, or is it referring to the college student, the child, who received a grant? This question is confusing because it asks the same question under the student financial section as well. This is an amazing question. And I know you're absolutely right, it can get confusing because there are two sections, a parent section and a student section, and I know Rudy can help us elaborate on that question.
Yes, I'd love to. If you are in the parent financial section of the FAFSA, then you are only reporting information that is applicable to you as the parent, your tax information, your income information. If you did file taxes, then look at your 1040 tax return, for example, and look at the information on that tax return. If you did have to report scholarships and grants as part of your income, then on your personal tax return, you will see that reported. Oftentimes, there is an indication text which reads scholarship, grant aid. So if you did have to report income that came from scholarships or grants, that will appear on your personal tax return. So only report that if you see that on your tax return, and report that under the parent financials section. When you're in the student financial section, then respond to each question based on what's true for the student. The student's tax return if they filed taxes, the student's income as applicable.
Thank you, Rudy. Our next question is, my son just turned 17 last week. For question register, student with selective service system, my answer should be no, correct? This is a great question. We actually received this question a lot during our Q&A feature during Rudy's presentation, and I know Roman can help us answer this question.
So for the selective service question, even if you, because the student is currently 17 years old, he's not required or eligible to register for selective service. So whether you answer yes or no to that question, it's not going to do anything. What's important is that when the student turns 18 years old, it be required that he go to the selective service website and complete the selective service form there. There's another way where they can go to their local post office and fill out the postcard, selective service postcard, and mail it in, and that will clear the selective service part. But it would be, I think, a month before they could start completing those forms a month before they turn 18 years old.
Thank you, Roman. And one thing I do want to add is we're actually going to drop in the chat right now the direct link to the selective service website. As Roman mentioned and elaborated on, is you can also register a student, or the student themselves can register through the selective service webpage as well. So we are dropping that in the chat box for those of you that asked. I know this question was very, very popular. So we want to make sure that you have access to that webpage at any point that you need to return to it. And on the webpage as well, you can actually check your registration. So you can confirm whether you've registered or not. Our next question is, what is the income limit to qualify for FAFSA? If you exceed this income, is it worth proceeding with FAFSA? That's a great question, and I love that you included the second part of it, because that is actually a big myth in financial aid, and I know Christine will help us elaborate on that.
So when it comes to income limit, we get this question a lot. There are a lot of items that go into the calculation when it comes to whether or not a student may be eligible for financial aid. And there are lots of different types of financial aid that have different income limits. So a student may be eligible for one thing and maybe not another. So we always encourage students to go ahead and fill out the FAFSA application, even if you feel that the income may be too high to qualify for maybe a free grant money or whatnot. A student could still be eligible for maybe scholarships. There are a lot of scholarships out there that don't necessarily look at income, that may be more merit-based, but they do still require a student to fill out a FAFSA or California Dream Act. So we still encourage all students to apply for the FAFSA or California Dream Act to be potentially eligible for those scholarships, or even potentially for loans if necessary.
Thank you, Christine. Always, always apply. When in doubt, apply. Our next question is, buenas tardes, mi hija no ha hecho taxes, ni yo tampoco. A lo que tengo entendido, ella tendrá que hacer taxes o yo para aplicar a FAFSA. Lo que pasa es que no tiene con quién llegar en Estados Unidos para poder trabajar, no tiene apoyo familiar en Estados Unidos. This was a Spanish question. I will translate it in English. The question asked, my daughter nor I have filed 20 taxes for 2019. From my understanding, you need to file taxes in order to complete the FAFSA application. And I will go ahead and answer that question in English, and then I will hand that over to our specialist, Roman, who can answer that question in Spanish. And the answer to this in English is, if you are not required to file 2019 taxes, that is okay. You can still complete a FAFSA application, and you will report accordingly. So you will indicate that you are not required to file taxes. We still encourage you to complete your application if you are interested in being considered for financial aid. But again, just make sure that you are answering the questions accordingly. And again, if you are not required to file 2019 taxes, that's okay. You can still proceed with answering the questions and submitting your application. Roman, do you want to answer that in Spanish?
Of course. So la pregunta es de si necesito que hacer taxes para recibir ayuda financiera, completar la aplicación de ayuda financiera. Y la respuesta es de que si no hicieron taxes no es un requerimiento para recibir ayuda, para llenar esa aplicación. Si por cualquier razón no llenaron los taxes porque ya sea no trabajaron, no tuvieron ingresos, simplemente tienen que responder la pregunta de que no hubo ingresos y no hicieron taxes personales para el año del 2019. Si por cualquier razón no llenaron los taxes, pero sí recibieron ingresos, entonces es cuando tendrían que llenar los taxes primero. Pero si no trabajaron ese año del 2019, nomás contestar la pregunta de que no se hicieron taxes por esa razón y obviamente sí calificarían para ayuda financiera.
Thank you, Roman. Our next question is, what is the estimated expected family contribution, EFC? I got 5,543. Is that good? I also got Pell Grant estimate 795, direct staffer loan estimate 5,500. What do these mean? This is such a great question. Our students, we do encourage our students to make sure that they understand their EFC, their estimated family contribution, and how that does impact a student's financial aid eligibility. For this question, I will go ahead and hand this over to Rudy, who I know can answer and elaborate on this.
Yes, thank you for the question, and I'm so happy you are seeing that information. Of course, do recognize that the number is estimated, okay? This is still an estimate. It's not official until your application fully processes. The expected family contribution score, this score is going to be a big factor in terms of your total financial aid eligibility. For those of you who completed the FAFSA application, the score will determine whether you qualify for federal grants, for example, and can affect certain federal loans if you choose to borrow the federal loans. For those of you who are completing the DREAM Act application, the score can affect your state financial aid options. Generally speaking, that score, once again, does have an effect in terms of your exact eligibility. The exact score that you provided us is a score in which you could receive some federal Pell Grants. Now, there are still other factors that affect if you truly get that Pell Grant. And the good news is that the financial aid offices at each school, they will confirm, okay? Don't feel like you need to figure that out. The financial aid offices are going to be those experts to know exactly what you qualify for, and those offices will try to maximize your total eligibility. Yes, that score can at least give you an idea of your options. Remember that with financial aid, there is money coming from different sources: federal government, state government, and even institutions, institutional financial aid. Likely the colleges and universities, they're going to use that score to see whether there are institutional financial aid options you can receive. So each school will have their own method to determine whether that score will affect your options. But I'm glad you're using that information. I'm glad that you have access to it, and feel free to look at financial aid offers, to look at messages that schools communicate to you, so that you are able to fully see what you qualify for.
Thank you, Rudy. Our next question is, when should we start to reach out to the financial aid offices of those universities to our interests? That is a great question. And I know that we have Des Landeros here that can help us answer that question.
Yeah, so you definitely want to start reaching out to those universities as soon as possible. Each university is different when they start looking at these applications. You can reach out to them to see when they're going to start sending out those offers to their students. We usually suggest around early, maybe March, April of next year.
That's a great question. Thank you, Des. Our next question is, if your student received a Cal Grant from the prior year, do you report it on the student financial side or on the parent's financial side? That is a great question. Roman, our Cal Grant expert, is here. I will let him answer that question.
Yes, great question. No, you are not required, you as a student or parent are required to report that on the financial aid information. A lot of times, usually when when parents typically they might report grants and scholarships on their taxes, then that's when they potentially might have to include that as part of the grant and scholarship question. But as far as an asset or additional income source, it's not required to be inputted into the application.
Thank you, Roman. Our next question is, I already sent out my CSS profile, which is exclusive to private colleges. So at the moment, does it make sense to make it first priority to input my UCs in Cal States into the FAFSA application? This is a great question. Rudy, do you mind helping us answer this question?
Sure, I'd be happy to. So the question is about the CSS profile. Yes, and whether you should do that first prior to the FAFSA application. Yeah, so for some schools will use what's termed the CSS profile, and basically it's a closer inspection. It's a closer inspection about you and your family's financial situation, and schools will use that to really finalize and determine what institutional money they might make available to you. Please keep in mind that the CSS application, this is completely separate than the FAFSA or DREAM Act. Yes, there might be similar questions, but this is an application that schools will choose to use, and that is used to determine what institutional money you have access to. Of course, if on the CSS profile, if you're reporting tax information, that information should match what's on your FAFSA or DREAM Act, right? So hopefully answers are the same. Otherwise, the schools might have to make corrections to your FAFSA or DREAM Act. Do make sure that you're working closely, that you're paying close attention to deadlines and policies at the UC or the CSU schools, because some of those schools might expect you to complete the CSS profile by a certain date. So I can't really speak to those CSS deadlines, but I would encourage you pay close attention to those deadlines. Either way, you will want to maximize your financial aid eligibility, and schools cannot authorize or approve you for federal money or certain state money without a FAFSA or DREAM Act application. So still make sure that you're working on your FAFSA or DREAM Act application either way, but pay close attention to those deadlines. There might be some unique deadlines for the CSS profile. I hope that helps.
Thank you, Rudy. Our next question is, how do you find out what the value of rental property is to report it as an asset? This question was actually asked, a similar question was asked earlier, and I know Christine provided an excellent response to this question that helps our students really understand how to report a rental property as an asset. So Christine, do you mind sharing that again?
Sure. So when it comes to a rental property, I mentioned that you'll want to figure out what the fair market value is. I would suggest using maybe a website like Zillow, ZILLOW.com, to find out what you can enter the address of the rental property, and it'll give you what the typical fair market value would be on that particular property as of right now. So if you were to try and sell it right now, it would give you an idea of what you could try selling it for. So you could take that fair market value, subtract out what you might owe as far as mortgage when it comes to that house, and then that's what you would enter as your asset when it comes to the investment in rental property question.
Thank you, Christine. Always a great question. Our next question is, after submitting the FAFSA application, can you make changes? Des Landeros, do you mind helping us answer this question?
Yes. So after you submit your FAFSA application, you are more than welcome to go back in there and make any changes if you believe you answered any of those questions incorrectly.
Thank you. And again, as we learned from a previous question, there's really no limit to how many times you can go back and make FAFSA corrections, but we do recommend that you reach out to the financial aid office of the college or university you are attending to get further guidance if a correction is needed. Oftentimes they can actually make a correction on your behalf. So please make sure that you do seek them for advice. Our next question is, if I'm already enrolled in Mount SAC in Citrus College taking courses, should I put them on that college selection list or leave them off and put on 2 other colleges? This is a great question. Roman, I think you can help us answer this question.
Sure. Yes, so every year you are expected to submit a FAFSA application for the following academic year. So yes, so you should include the school code of both Mount SAC and Citrus College, especially if you plan to attend there. You might be attending now, and let's say next year you're also planning to take classes and enroll there. This is so that we can receive the application and review it, process it, and potentially offer you a financial aid award letter, the financial aid that you would be eligible for. Remember, it does give you up to 10 schools. It gives you 10 slots where you could add up to 10 schools. So adding Mount SAC and Citrus College, and then, I mean, you can add the 2 additional colleges and even up to 8 colleges. So yes, include the colleges that you're currently attending to see what you would qualify for, and potentially any other colleges that potentially you might be interested in attending.
Thank you, Roman. Our next question is, I'm a parent. Thank you, parent, for joining us today. There are a couple of bank accounts that I am named on with my sister and father for my father's needs. Do I need to include these balances in the assets section? How could the balances affect the amount of financial aid my son is considered for? This is an excellent question. I know a lot of our parents have concerns in regards to this question. I will let Rudy elaborate on this question some more.
Yeah, I'll try to offer some general guidance for this question. So you have to consider a few things. First of all, you have to consider ownership of the account. If you know, what degree of ownership do you have to that account? You have to consider if you have control over those funds and how much of those funds are attributable to you as a person. It's money that's belonging from you and which you own. So hopefully that kind of helps you determine how much, or if the money in this account needs to be reported at all because you're an owner or part owner of these funds. And you also need to consider how much of the money in this account is kind of earmarked, for lack of better words, for you, and is money in which you can draw from, you can access. And how much that money may affect financial aid eligibility for your son, it is going to depend. And I know that seems to be a theme, but we really do want to emphasize that financial aid eligibility is based on a lot of different factors. There are factors captured on the financial aid application. There are factors from the different types of financial aid programs, the different federal and state grants, and even institutional money. So you might be in a situation to where the value of money from those accounts to where it might not even have an effect, period, or maybe has a minimal effect. So it really does depend on many factors, but I would really encourage you to reflect on the degree to which you have access to those funds, that you have ownership on that account. If you're in a position to where you can draw money and use that freely, then that's probably going to be money that you need to report as part of your assets.
Thank you, Rudy. Our next question is, where on the FAFSA do we claim VA disability as income, or do we not have to? This is a great question. I will let Christine help us answer this question.
So you do have to report VA disability income. The question will be found in the untaxed income portion of the FAFSA application. It'll specifically ask how much was received in the year of 2019. The type of VA income that you do not include is going to be veterans non-education, or I'm sorry, veterans education benefits. That's the type of VA income that you would not include on the FAFSA application.
Thank you, Christine. Our next question is, do we need to be exact to the dollar while providing the account balances of bank accounts, or round off is allowed? This is a great question. Des Landeros, do you mind helping us answer this question?
Yes. So when completing the FAFSA application in regards to income, cash, and savings and all of that, you want to be as accurate as possible when completing those sections.
Thank you. And yes, you can round. So for example, if you have cents in there, you can always round up or down depending on how much that balance is. Our next question is, I filed married jointly in 2008. Do I include the amount jointly since my daughter will be attending in summer 2021? I am now single as of 2020, but I filed single in 2019. That is a great question. Rudy, I know there's a lot of components to that question. Can you help us break that down and answer that?
Yes, I'd be happy to. Yes, because your current marital status is single or separated, divorced, then what you will need to do is only report the tax information that is attributable to you individually. As you mentioned, in 2018, you did file jointly. What that means is that the information on that tax return is information from you and your spouse. What you will want to do is consider what information from that joint tax return is belonging to you individually. Consider how much of the income, the wages, for example, reported there are wages that only belongs to you. You won't have to report the entire wages if some or all of those wages were from your spouse at the time. So that does require a little more critical thinking, right? Because you'll have to refer to that tax form and think, okay, how much of those wages were from me or were from the spouse at the time? You'll have to consider, the income taxes paid. How much is attributable to you or your spouse at the time? But as a general rule, just separate the information that truly belongs to you from that tax return. And if you want additional assistance, kind of one-on-one help with going through that, as was shared, there are many opportunities to receive support from us at Mount SAC, or you can always work with the financial aid office at each school to determine the accuracy of all the information that you reported. But I hope that helps.
Thank you, Rudy. Our next question is, the account balances will be different at various points in time. Do we need to recalculate if minor differences, the balances on the date of submission of the FAFSA application? This is a fabulous question, and I know that Christine can actually help us answer this, because we do get this question a lot, and it's very important that our students respond to that question accurately. Christine?
So when it comes to this question on the FAFSA, it specifically will say as of today or as of the day that you're filling out your FAFSA application. So there's no need, you will use whatever the amounts or balances are as of right now if you're filling out your application today. If it changes in the future, there is no need to go back in and make that correction. So there are a few questions on the FAFSA that will specifically say as of today. So those you will not need to make changes in the future.
Thank you, Christine. And before we move on to our next question, I do want to just mention that we will be starting our amazing resource fair at noon, which is at 12 p.m. In about 10 minutes. We are going to be able to answer a couple more questions right before we start the resource fair. But just please note that we will get an opportunity to answer all the questions in our queue right now, whether it's through the text, through typing in the answer, or able to answer those out loud during our second live Q&A session that's going to be happening at 1 p.m. So don't worry if you submitted a question and it has not been answered by the time that we start our resource fair. Please note that we will continue to answer those questions through the Q&A feature, and any remaining questions that remain can be answered and will be answered in our last Q&A session, which will begin at 1 p.m. Okay, so let's go on to our next question. And it's in Spanish. Oh, I think we actually might have already answered this question. So the question was, I'll read it in Spanish first and then in English, and I'll have Roman, of course, help us answer that. The question is, buenas tardes, mi hija no ha hecho taxes, ni yo tampoco. Algo que tengo entendido, ella tendrá que hacer taxes o yo para aplicar a FAFSA. Lo que pasa es que no tiene a quien llegar en Estados Unidos para poder trabajar. The question asked that the student nor the parent has filed 2019 taxes, and from their understanding, it is required to complete a FAFSA. And as we shared earlier, when the question was posed, you are not, it's okay, you can still complete a FAFSA application if you are not required to file a 2019 tax return. that's okay. You can still continue to proceed with completing that FAFSA application. Roman, do you want to answer that question again to us briefly in Spanish?
Sure. Cuando se llena la aplicación de la FAFSA, no es requerimiento de que la familia, ya sea el padre, la madre o el estudiante, hayan tenido que llenado la información de taxes. Si por cualquier razón el estudiante o el padre no tuvieron ingresos en el año del 2019, simplemente tienen que contestar la pregunta como es, de que ese año no hicieron taxes, no tuvieron ingresos y pueden seguir con la aplicación. Igual pueden recibir y calificar para el mismo tipo de ayuda financiera. No es requerimiento tener taxes procesados si no los hicieron.
Thank you, Roman. Our next question is, high school completed by parent 1, question 24 and 25. Both of my parents went to community college and have an AA degree. Does that mean I need to answer college and beyond? Although it is not a 4-year college degree, please let me know. Thank you. That is a great question. Thank you for asking. Rudy, do you mind helping us answer this question?
Absolutely, I'd be happy to. So in answering that question, you can answer college and beyond. That's perfectly fine, even if it wasn't a 4-year degree. This question will not at all affect your federal financial aid eligibility, and likely will not affect your state financial aid eligibility. For some students, it may have an effect, but it's very improbable, very improbable. But yes, if your parents earned a college degree, one of which is an associate's degree, then you will report college and beyond.
Thank you, Rudy. Our next question is, can Roman repeat the answer regarding the Cal Grant and reporting this information on the student and parent section? Thank you. Yes, of course. Roman?
Sure. So it's like mentioned earlier, it's not required to report the Cal Grant that was received. And on the previous question, it was said that if a student received on a previous year, they had to report the value that was received on this year's FAFSA application. And the answer is it's not required, neither for the parent nor the student. So when it asks that question, you wouldn't add it to additional income received. But like I mentioned, and this is where it gets a little bit tricky, if the parent, when they file taxes or when they file their 2019 taxes, they have the opportunity to report grants and scholarships received by their, either son or daughter. And depending if they reported those grants and scholarships, those should be on their tax information. And it's an added line next to the wages. So if you were to look on your tax form, I think wages is line 1, there should be an added line coded SCH. If there's a value there, then that's what you would report under the grants and scholarship question. But the majority of students, parents, they don't report that information. So if you don't see it, if it's not there, then the answer obviously will not be added.
Thank you, Roman. Our next question is, I'm registering for the DREAM Act and it keeps asking me for my date of birth, but when I type my date of birth, it doesn't show up. Do you guys know why it keeps happening? It's a great question. Christine, do you mind helping us answer this question?
I would say just make sure that you're double checking the way that you're entering your date of birth. Usually right next to the question, it'll tell you the type or the way that it wants you to enter it. Either 2 digits for the month, 2 digits for the day, and then 4 digits for the year. So just double check to make sure that you're entering it the correct way, or else it won't allow you to move forward.
Thank you, Christine. Our next question is, so on my DREAM Act financial aid application, I received an email saying we received your application, but some documents are missing. How can I find which ones? Rudy, do you mind helping us answer this question?
Yes, I'll try to answer the question, and if any of my colleagues also want to chime in, feel free to do so. So I'm wondering who sent this email. If it was a college or university that sent you this email, then do follow up with that college or university. They might be requesting specific information. If the email was from the California Student Aid Commission, that's the organization that manages the DREAM Act application and the DREAM Act program. So if it's an email from CSAC or from the DREAM Act application itself, then I would encourage you go to the DREAM Act webpage, dream.csac.ca.gov. When you log in, you can take a look at your DREAM Act application, and there should be communication about whether there's some missing information, whether there are some requirements. There's usually red text that will appear, but my hope would be that by relogging onto that DREAM Act website, you will see that communication about what information was missing. Remember, you will have that California aid report. The California aid report will have comments and information that will help you understand what information might be missing, whether there's a missing signature or whether there are no responses to required questions. That would be my feedback.
Thank you, Rudy. And our student did respond, and it was an email that was received to him by the college. So yes, if the college is connecting with you, requesting additional documentation, please make sure that you connect with that particular college back. They will be able to better help you identify which documents it is that you need to submit, how you can submit them, and how to complete your financial aid file. So with that, we are going to go ahead and end our, actually one more question right before we end. I think this is a great question that I think we definitely want to answer out loud before we get started on our resource fair. The question is, can I use an ITIN number in replace of an SSID number? This is a great question, and I'm glad you asked, and I'm glad we're able to answer it out loud. Christine, do you mind helping us answer this question?
Sure. So with the SSID number, you can actually skip that question on the application. It doesn't have the red asterisk, so it's not necessarily a requirement. So you will not use an ITIN number to replace that SSID.
Thank you, Christine. And with that, I know there is one question that's still pending. We will get to that question in our second live Q&A session. But with that, I do want to transition over to our resource fair. So thank you everyone who submitted a question. Thank you, Rudy. Thank you, Roman, Christine, and Des for providing all the information and sharing the responses. Again, this is going to be recorded and made available to you to review, go back. And again, don't forget about our Cash for College post-event webpage where you will be able to find these resources. So with that, we're gonna go ahead and get started with our resource fair. 1 second while we see here. Okay, so welcome to our virtual resource fair. Here we will be highlighting some of the amazing programs and services that Mount SAC has to offer. We're going to go ahead and introduce the staff members, and at the end of all the presentations, we'll go ahead and also get an opportunity to answer some questions. So if you have any questions related to some of the programs that are highlighted in today's virtual resource fair, please make sure to use that Q&A feature to submit those questions. We will either be answering them throughout the presentation or also get an opportunity to answer them at the end as well. So please make sure that you are submitting your questions. So with that, I want to go ahead and introduce our first program. And our first program is going to be our Access program. Our Access is Accessibility Resource Centers for Students. I am joined today by Liz Hernandez. Liz, welcome.
Thank you, Rosie. Hi, everyone. My name is Liz. I am a counselor in Access. And like Rosie said, Access is the program at Mount SAC that will make sure you're accommodated with disabilities, whether it's in the classroom and testing setting. So some disabilities sometimes can be invisible. And what I mean by that is that you cannot always tell if a student has a disability. Here we have a picture of a gentleman sitting down on a bench. He looks frustrated, right? he might have autism, ADHD, anxiety, depression. We also have a young lady who looks frustrated at doing her homework. Again, the student might have a learning disability and we cannot tell. So Access, we provide services for students with learning disabilities, ADHD, autism, medical chronic conditions, students that might have, they might be blind or visually impaired, students who are deaf or hard of hearing, students with mobility issues, so it ranges. So as you can see in the next slide, you'll see some of the common classroom and testing accommodations. So some common accommodations in the classroom could be having assistance with their class notes, being able to record the lecture, having sign language interpreting the way we actually have now currently during our session, captioning on videos and movies. Common testing accommodations will include more time to complete that exam or quiz, including in an online environment. So when you get to Mount SAC next fall, you will be able to use these accommodations. We also have specialized programs like Puzzle Project, which is a program for students on the autism spectrum disorder. We have a state-of-the-art deaf and hard of hearing center, tram services for students with mobility issues, acquired brain injury program. And if you're a student that struggles with reading or with writing, we have classes like Access 34 and Access 30. Make sure you look for those on the schedule of classes when it's time to register. So how do you apply for services? There's 3 steps. Step number 1, submit your Access application online, which is on our website. Step number 2, provide verification of disability. Depending on the disability will determine what type of verification you need to submit. Please look at our website. We have specific instructions there. And the last step is to meet with an Access counselor like myself to discuss your challenges and determine what accommodations you will benefit from. So 3 simple steps. There's our email, our phone number, and our website. Make sure to call us if you have any questions. If you have any questions today, I will be answering during the Q&A. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Liz. You know, a lot of our students could really benefit from our Access Center. Our next program that we want to highlight is our Bridge program, and I am joined today by Lynn. Lynn will be able to talk to us a little bit more about what the Bridge program is, or what they do, and the different services that they provide.
Thank you, Rosie. Hi, yes, I'm Lynn Matthieson. I'm Program Specialist for the Bridge program, and I'm happy they're all here today learning about all the wonderful programs.
Lynn?
Yes.
Your audio is a little distant.
Oh, geez. Let me scoot up a little bit. Can you hear me now?
Yes, a little better.
Okay. Sorry about that. Okay, so I'm Lynn Matthieson. I moved back because I want you all to see my t-shirt.
Lynn, we are losing your audio again.
Oh my gosh. Okay, no idea why that's happening. Can you hear me okay?
It's a little distant.
Okay. Let's see. Hang on. Did I put my sheet in front of the screen? Can you hear me now?
Faintly. Yeah.
I have no idea what's going on. Okay.
Well, that's much better. Yes,
okay.
That's much better.
Hi, I'm Lynn Matthieson, Program Specialist for the Bridge program, and I'm happy you guys are all here learning about all the wonderful programs at Mount SAC. So I'm going to tell you a little bit about the Bridge program, and there is 2 different components to Bridge. We have our Summer Bridge program and our Fall and Spring Bridge program. So the Summer Bridge program is a 6-week program that supports graduating high school students with a smooth transition from high school to college. During the 6-week program, students take an academic class, a counseling class, and a learning community class. And then benefits of participating in the Summer Bridge program include support. We have counselors that can be your counselor the entire time you're at Mount SAC. So you've got a contact person, they're there for you. You can make quick appointments. You don't have to wait a long time and explain your story to another counselor over and over again. So that's a huge plus. We've got peer advisors who are Mount SAC students. They'll be in the class along with you offering support. And then we also offer supplemental tutors and instructors. We also have a lot of fun events too. In the summertime, we do field trips. We have guest speakers. We have a talent show, which you guys can all participate, or our students can all participate in. We do a barbecue and just lots of fun stuff. We also offer textbook loans for the classes students are taking for the summer. And we offer, give you free school supplies as well. We have our study center, which is, our building is the picture behind me. And so we have a big study center with laptops and computers that you can use, free printing. And then we also offer priority registration for the fall semester for Summer Bridge students. And Summer Bridge students may qualify for the Promise Plus program as well. And then a big key is you meet other students and have fun and you build lasting friendships. And one of the things we always say is once you're in Bridge, you're always in Bridge. So you can always access our services the whole time you're at Mount SAC. Our application is going to be opening next Friday, October 23rd, through your student portal. And the steps to apply will be on the flyer that's going to be that's in the resource section that Rosie was telling you guys all about for after the event. And then students that do apply by April 16 will receive priority registration. So if you're interested in Summer Bridge, please make sure you apply and complete the steps that are needed. And it will show you on the flyer and also on our website what steps you need to complete by April 16th. Okay, and then Rosie, I'm going to talk about Fall and Spring Bridge next. Thank you. So the Fall and Spring Bridge programs are ideal for both new and continuing students. So if you decide not to take Summer Bridge, to take a summer off, and want to join us in the fall, you can join us with the Fall Bridge program or any continuing student as well. So in the fall and spring, we offer math and English classes, which are paired with a counseling class, and students work in teams, receive academic and personal support, and peer mentoring. And additional benefits on top of what I already told you guys about for summer, students will receive transfer assistance, so help with your transfer application, just lots of guidance with that, and then a lot more field trips and fun events. So if you're a high school senior, we hope you will start your college journey with us next summer. If you're a continuing student, we hope you will join us in the spring, and our spring classes will be posted on our website coming soon. So go ahead and follow us on social media. We post pretty much every day, well, every weekday, with lots of events that we're doing, events on campus, and lots of different support offerings for students. And then call us if you have any questions, check out our website. We are here to support you. So please reach out to us if you have any questions at all. Thank you. You guys have a wonderful day.
Thank you so much, Lynn, for joining us and letting our students know about the amazing Bridge program that we have here at Mount SAC. Like Lynn mentioned, we will be sharing all this information, these PowerPoint slides and the Bridge flyer in our post-event webpage. Our next program that we want to make sure we highlight is our CalWorks program. I am joined today by Anissa Alonso. Anissa, welcome.
Hi, everyone. Thank you for joining us today. My name is Anissa, and I am here to share a little information with you about the CalWorks program. CalWorks is the abbreviation for California Work Opportunity and Responsibility to Kids. We serve parents, our student parents who have children under the age of 18 and are receiving cash aid or TANF, temporary assistance for needy families. And our students could be either enrolled or planning enrolling on credit or non-credit classes at Mount SAC. We want to help our student parents be prepared and reach self-sufficiency through education. We have support services which helps that we want to focus on providing special support to our students in terms of counseling. We have counselors dedicated to our CalWorks students and program specialists, such as myself, to provide case management support. On the next slide, you can see our benefits, which we provide our students with priority registration. So as long as you're eligible and you stay on our program, you'll have priority registration. We help our students with fees, paying for your fees, paying for your textbooks. We help you with any required supplies for class. We also help you with job placement on campus in terms of our Work City program. Some of our students do need childcare, even when we're doing online classes. So we help our students connect with childcare referrals, and we also help you connect with getting your childcare paid for it as well. Another thing we do is advocacy. So we make sure that you have access to any community referrals that you might need, any legal referrals that you might need, or any housing referrals. And we also offer, right now, free one-on-one online tutoring. So we hope to hear from our student parents. I'm here if you have any questions, and this is our contact information. You can email us at calworks@mountsac.edu or call our CalWorks hotline. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Anissa. Our next program that we want to highlight is our high school outreach program. I am joined today by Tariq Ross.
Thanks so much, Rosie. Hey, everyone. My name is Tariq Ross. I am one of 5 outreach specialists within the high school outreach department. What we do, we go into our in-district high schools and provide a service through a partnership we call Connect 4. Our Connect 4 program really assists high school seniors with their transition into the college. We start off with a general presentation. We offer additional workshops, which I'll go over in the next slide. But overall, we offer special program presentations as needed, depending on what programs as offered that you all are hearing from, learning about how to apply, when the deadlines are, really getting your account set up from applying to activating your student portal and really understanding how to utilize those resources. We host several different events, two of which we'll do virtually, our Juniors Day and Seniors Day. This is a great opportunity to just learn about the different services that we have available on campus. We go from office hours. So outreach specialists, office hours. These are times for students to meet with us one-on-one. We each have our own Zoom links where students can sign up based off of our availability. We can schedule any challenges they may be encountering regarding your account, whether it's not being sure of what to put on your application, having trouble accessing your actual account. And then we also offer registration assistance. So in the beginning of the time of registration for whatever term it may be, typically it's summer or the fall term, we offer students support in understanding how to even set up their schedule to figure out where to place different classes, how to search for classes. That's part of our registration 101 workshops. And then on the next slide, I'll actually break down our Connect 4 program. Now, the main benefit of joining the Connect 4 program and participating is having access to early registration for the fall. Now, this is extremely important because it gives you the opportunity to essentially have first dibs on the classes that you want. And that's really important when it comes to scheduling just your time when it comes to applying to school. So the first step is apply to Mount SAC, which we offer workshops on how to apply and submit that application specifically for the fall. And then also we do summer and all the other terms depending on when you're looking to start. We assist students in setting up their account, which we call an account claim, followed by the assessment questionnaire. Once that is complete, we walk students through understanding how to complete the online orientation and sign up for a MAP workshop. And then after that's complete, the time will come for registration to occur, and then you'll sign up again during that early registration period. You can find us online on Instagram to get updates on our program. And we do have a YouTube page that we've been extremely active on, and also allowing for these same workshops that we give to our in-district high schools to follow along in the event that there's other questions or you're doing it at your own pace. We have that available on our YouTube page. So definitely check us out. Our website is there, mountsac.edu/HSO. And thank you again for being here.
Thank you, Tarek, so much for all the information for our high school students. I know that this is an amazing program that we have here on Mount SAC.
Yes, thank you.
Our next program that we want to highlight is our Promise Plus program, and we are joined today by Bianca Valle-Ward and Jacob Perez. Welcome, Bianca and Jacob.
Thank you, Rosie. So first and foremost, Promise Plus program. There are lots of Promise programs throughout the community colleges, but I'm going to be speaking specifically to what Mount SAC offers. So it's important to note that Promise Plus is different than the Promise program, say at Citrus. So if you're looking at Promise programs, make sure that you're looking specifically at what each school provides and what their qualifications are. So for Promise Plus, we offer financial support as well as student support services. And what's unique to Mount SAC is that Promise Plus is one of the few that offers it to part-time students as well. So a lot of programs require that students are full-time. However, at Mount SAC, we understand that sometimes that's not necessarily possible. So we do allow part-time college students to participate and meet eligibility for our program. So the steps to meeting Promise Plus eligibility is first, we're gonna go over in the next slide. Oh, sorry, go back one more. First, we're gonna make sure that you meet eligibility, which Jacob will cover shortly. If you meet all of our eligibility and you're really thinking Mount SAC, Promise Plus is where I wanna be, then you'll apply to Mount SAC, specifically to start in the summer, because we do require that summer participation is the first step for our program. So you'll activate your student portal, then you'll apply to either Summer Bridge, as Lynn had mentioned previously, or you'll consider Step into College, which is a Counseling 1 class. And then you will apply for your FAFSA, or your California Dream Act. You don't necessarily have to qualify for financial aid. However, you do have to apply. So now Jacob can go over the eligibility requirements.
Hi, everybody. My name is Jacob Perez, and I work for the Promise Plus program. To meet eligibility for Promise Plus, you do have to be a first-time college student. So meaning if you never attended college and you're transitioning into community college, you'll be eligible for the Promise Plus. But also, too, want to be clear, if you are a high school student and you enrolled into a college level course while you're in high school, yes, you'll still be eligible for the Promise Plus program. That's one thing I want to be clear. Also, too, the second component to meet eligibility is you do have to be a California resident, and also too, you have to be AB 540 eligible. And also on the third section is you do have to submit a 2021 through 2022 FAFSA or California Dream Act application. Even if you will not be receiving any benefits from California Dream Act application or FAFSA, it is a requirement that you do need to complete to be eligible for the Promise Plus program. And also too, last but not least, you need to select a major. So if you select a certificate that's under 16 units or undecided, or you are undecided major that's still unclear, you still need to be deciding what major or pick a certificate that's 16 units or more. And that way you can be eligible for the Promise Plus benefits. Thank you.
Okay, so then once you meet all of those requirements and you have participated and completed your summer program, what would your student get? So you would get early registration for the entire academic year. That's fall, winter, and spring, and that is unique to Promise Plus program, offering it for 3 semesters. Then you would also be eligible for a book grant. For our full-time students, the benefit is $250 book grant and $150 Target e-card, which we provide for students to provide for groceries and additional student supplies. If you're a part-time student, then you would qualify for a $125 book grant and a $100 Target e-card, and that is for spring and fall semesters. We will waive your mandatory fees. So mandatory fees are not your tuition fees, but they are the additional fees that are after tuition that Promise Plus does cover. Students in our program are eligible for our laptop loan program. We also kit them with a backpack full of school supplies, as well as providing mounting gear ranging from t-shirts to Mount SAC hoodies, as well as encouraging them to participate in student workshops and connecting them throughout campus as part of our program. So in the bottom left-hand corner, we have our phone number, our email, as well as our Instagram handle. So please feel free to reach out to us with any questions you may have regarding our program. Thank you.
Thank you, Jacob and Bianca, for all that helpful information. And students, again, just know that all this information will be available to you, so you can reach out to our Promise Plus program for all of our high school seniors and parents attending today's workshop. Our next program is going to be our honors program, and I am joined today by Zach Sledge. Zach, welcome.
Hi, everyone. My name is Zach, and I am one of the administrative assistants for our honors program. So I'm here to talk about what the program entails. Now, what is the honors program? So what I like to say is it's a diverse learning community of motivated individuals. So our students are very ambitious and have that drive to succeed. There are about 1,000 students at Mount SAC who are part of our program, and they have access to a variety of benefits. So this would include access to the honors classes, so smaller, dedicated honors courses, increased interaction with the faculty, so more one-on-one time, access to specialized honors counselors who can kind of help plot your academic course, opportunity to present research at research conferences, which is an opportunity that many undergraduate students don't actually usually get. And there's also the ability to participate in transfer agreements with various universities. So these transfer agreements, they're agreements with the universities that grant additional benefits. So our 2 major ones are UCLA TAP and UCI Honors to Honors. Now with UCLA TAP, it significantly increases your chances of getting into UCLA's College of Letters and Sciences. And by significantly, I mean that TAP certified honor students have 3 times the chance of getting into that college. Then with UCI Honors to Honors, it's actually a guaranteed admit to UCI. Now, keep in mind that these different transfer agreements have different requirements to gain access to them. So if these interest you, I would recommend meeting with one of our honors counselors to determine if you're eligible. Then how to apply. So You just go to our website, mountsac.edu/honors. You scroll down, there's a button, you hit apply now, that brings you to our application process. You would just fill it out and then attach the required documents. And we generally get back to you within the next couple of days. So if we can go to the next slide, this is our contact information. If you have any questions about our program, we do have a virtual office going. So Monday through Thursdays, it's 12 to 4 p.m., except on Wednesdays, it's 2 to 6. And then you could also email us at honors@mountsac.edu. And then there's again the website to apply. And yeah, so that's our program. Thank you, and I will be sticking around to answer any questions during the Q&A.
Thank you so much, Zach, for providing all that information. Our next program that we're going to move on to, it's really kind of more of an office as well, our counseling office. We are joined today by Lena Soto and Elmer Rodriguez. Welcome, Lena and Elmer.
Thank you, Rosie. Hi, everyone. So we wanted to just tell you a little bit about our counseling services. Counselors are here to help assist you in really any way that you need. We provide academic, career, and personal counseling. And the number one question we get from students is, what classes should I take to meet my goal? So we're here to help you develop that educational plan, to offer that general advising, and to tell you about exactly what courses you're going to need in order to graduate and or transfer. We also can realize that students don't often know their major. We know that students come in undecided, or sometimes you think you know exactly what you want to do and then you change your mind. That's all perfectly normal, and we understand, and we want to help you make those decisions about your major or career choices. And we provide career assessments, and we have undecided workshops ready for you so that you can get some assistance in deciding on what your path is. We also want you to understand what all of your educational options are. At Mount SAC, you can get a certificate, you can get an associate degree, or you can transfer. And even transferring offers so many options for you. So we really want you to understand what those options are, and we're ready to assist you. We want you to connect with campus resources, and sometimes you just don't even know what to ask or what we have available for you. That's our job to help figure that out. When you come to our office, we'll ask you questions, and we'll be able to help you navigate what resources are the best for you and how to reach them. We're really here just to support you through your whole academic journey at Mount SAC, and we want you to come and see us, but that's just it. You'll have to come and see us. We are not able to reach out to the thousands of students that we have on campus. And so Elmer's going to tell you how you can do that.
Yes. Hi, everyone. So one of the things that we want you to know too is that we are helping our students virtually. Yes, our campus may be closed right now, but we're still here and we're open and we're here to assist you, okay? Specifically to make appointments. Now, students can start seeing us as early as, as soon as you apply to Mount SAC. The good news is the summer application and the fall application for 2021 are now posted, which means you can start applying already. Of course, High School Outreach will be helping you with that process too. So how do you make appointments with us? You actually can, step one is actually to go to our website, mountsac.edu/counseling. And then step number two, you actually click on the preferred method of meeting with some of us as counselors. So for example, the first method that you see in there is scheduling a phone appointment. So let's say that you prefer a little more intimate, just talking over the phone, perfect, we'll go ahead and call you. If you say, you know what, I wanna see you online, perfect, so we'll have a face-to-face via Zoom or Cranium Cafe, which is another platform that we're using. And then if you might say, you know what, I'm really busy, can you just email me? Perfect, we also have that available. And if you don't have time because you're busy, have a busy schedule, we can also do a quick question. So again, we have a variety of options for you because we do understand that every student is a little bit different. So a lot of options and we're here to support you.
And we also want to talk to you about the STEPS program. You've heard a little bit about it through the other programs and slides, but the STEP program stands for the Summer Transfer Enrichment Program, and this is hosted through our counseling department. What we do is we offer a Counseling 1 course, which is an Introduction to College class, and it's a 1-unit class. And we offer this in 2 weeks in the summer versus the 6-week summer session. So it's a really great opportunity if you have other plans and you're just not sure you really want to attend summer. This is a great way to be introduced to Mount SAC and to learn more about what we have to offer. It's designed for first-time college students. So we're here to assist you with the transition from high school into college. You get to work with dedicated counselors to guide you through every step of the way and connect you to resources that will prepare you for success. The opportunities for students to connect and make long-lasting friendships at Mount SAC happen during the STEP program, even just a short amount of 2 weeks. And you get to participate in insightful and supportive workshops. To participate in STEP, Elmer will give you that information.
Yes. So some of the benefits that you can receive, right, from our program, you know, one of the things Alina mentioned is it is a 2-week program. So we're really excited. We're here to support you. I'm one of the counselors that teaches during the summer. So we have a team of counselors ready to work with you, whether we do it virtually or we do it in person, right? We're still looking into that. So some of the benefits, definitely working with caring and supporting counselors, staff members. You also get a jump start into actually getting ready for fall. We have seen it every time, right? That students who start in the summer tend to do a lot better because they now know a lot of, resources available at Mount SAC. Gain confidence and awareness about college success. So a lot of our students, don't know how to approach college overall. That's what we hear, especially for all of us that are first generation college students. We'll transition, we'll help you with this process. You're not alone in this process. Accessing resources, again, even though we are online, we have a lot of resources available online for you, and we want to make sure that we can connect you to them so you can succeed with us at Mount SAC. Become part of the Mountie family. Definitely, we do have a familial support that we, really truly care about our students. We connect our students to all the resources available. And then the other thing too, like we have been mentioning too, the actual Promise Plus, right, benefits. So if you participate in a summer program, whether it is in Bridge or STEP, you can actually maybe able to qualify for this program. So again, great benefits. And also early registration for fall. So we'll work with you, we'll help you every step of the way. Please visit us at mountsac.edu/step. That's where we're gonna be putting all the latest updates. And you could be working with us. So we're looking forward to working with you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Lena and Elmer, for our amazing counseling office and our amazing STEP program as well. I know that that's a lot of support that we provide to our high school seniors in our communities as well. So thank you, Elmer and Lena, for joining us today. Our next program we are going to highlight is our EOPS and CARE program, our Extended Opportunity Programs and Services. I am joined today by Maria Hernandez Figueroa. Welcome, Maria.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. My name is Maria Hernandez Figueroa, and I'm the coordinator for EOPS CARE at Mount SAC. There is an EOPS and CARE program at every community college. EOPS stands for Extended Opportunities, Programs and Services. And it's a state-funded program that came out of the Civil Rights Act. It provides access to and expands educational opportunities for students who are first generation and underrepresented in the educational system. So we're here to support you throughout your educational journey. We have been around for over 50 years, and because we take an approach and it works, we support students through their goal completion, whether it's a certificate or their degree or their transfer or 70-degree applicable units, whatever comes first. Under the Extended Opportunities Programs and Services, under that umbrella, we also have the Cooperative Agency's Resources for Education, which sounds nicer if you just say CARE. And the CARE program supports EOPS students, so they have to be EOPS eligible, who are single heads of household, single parents, receiving TANF, Temporary Aid for Needy Families, or cash aid, tribal TANF as well, and I have at least one dependent child under the age of 18. And next slide, please. Okay, so the eligibility to qualify for EOPS and CARE. First of all, for EOPS only students who are not meeting the CARE requirements, they have to qualify for the California College Promise Grant. It's formerly known as the Board of Governors fee waiver. So sometimes it looks like that still in some colleges. It has to be method A, B, it can be C, but you have to have an EFC of 0. And you must enroll in 12 units at the time of application, so your first semester, unless you are an Access student or participate in Access. If you are currently or or formerly in the foster care system, or if you're in the care program, or if you're care eligible. Some of the benefits that we offer is priority registration. We have EOPS book service and grants. If you are in the care program, you also get supply service. We have one-on-one tutoring, which is currently online. We have our own center that we share with CalWorks. We offer counseling services, academic counselors. We have an average 8 counselors per semester. And let me see if I forgot any more notes. And we also offer unmet need grants every semester, both from EOPS and from CARE. And if you have any questions, come visit our website. My contact information is there. Feel free to contact me directly or call our hotline. And that's about it for EOPS.
Thank you, Maria. Thank you for sharing all that information and the benefits of our EOPS program.
Thank you. Oh, we are accepting applications right now for the fall, and we will open up in early January for the spring.
And again, just another reminder, we will share this information on our post-event resource webpage, so you will have an EOPS flyer available there. Our next program that we want to highlight is our REACH program, Reaching, Empowering, Achieving, and Completing with Heart. I am joined today by Jesse Lopez. Welcome, Jesse.
Hello, Rosie. Thank you so much for having me. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Jesse Lopez, and I'm here to speak about the REACH Foster Youth Program. Obviously, the REACH program is created to support our current and former foster youth once they come here to our campus. We want to make sure that we help you feel more at home, feel like you have a community, and feel that you have that support to be successful. College can be a little bit tricky sometimes or daunting because there's so many things, but as you have seen through all this presentation, Mount SAC has a wide array of support services to make sure that you don't fall through the cracks and that you have someone always there to count on, and REACH is one of those resources that are also available for you. Now, what do you get when you join the REACH program? You get prior registration. As many of the other programs mentioned, I'd like to say that think about it as a fast pass for classes. It's jumping in front of the line and making sure that you actually get the classes that you need ahead of many other students. We have a textbook loan program. Now, something that happens in college, the textbooks are really expensive. And so by coming to a program like REACH, we can help you get the textbooks that you might need, so you don't have to use your financial aid, so you don't have to use your own money, but you just borrow the textbook for the whole semester and then just return it at the end. We have a textbook loan equipment program. So you can borrow laptops, you can borrow tablets, calculators, a lot of these things that you might need for the whole semester. Same thing, you borrow them and you just bring them back at the end of the semester. We have counselors dedicated to the REACH students, just like our counseling department mentioned earlier. We have counselors embedded within our REACH program, so it's the same counselor they can continue to see, so that they can go ahead and get to know you and support you throughout the whole time that you're here with us at Mount SAC. We have specific workshops and events just dedicated for our foster youth with everything in mind. So we have done in person, we've done trips to museums, camping trips to Sequoia Mountains, we've done trips to Disneyland, and now that we've done virtual, we continue to do a lot of these events. We've done yoga, we will be doing a paint night next week, we will be doing a do-it-yourself self-care packet in which we get to do what's called warming heat pads and things like that to make sure that you get to also have some time for yourself, not just for schooling and everything. So there's a lot of events that we try to do to make sure that you keep engaged and you make sure that you feel still that you have your community supporting you. We have a life skills specialist to support your own personal goals. So we want you to be successful in school. We want you to pass your classes. We want you to get your degree, but we also want to support the goals that you want. Whether it's buying a car, whether it's moving out, whether it's saving money, whatever it may be, we want to make sure that we can help you get there. You have a peer mentor. So we hire current and former foster youth that are about at least a year in here at Mount SAC to be your peer mentor, to make sure that they connect with you throughout the whole semester so that they are your first line of support. If you need something, you have a question, that's someone that you can have to connect, to text, to reach out to make sure that they can guide you throughout your time here. Housing resources. If there's any need that you might need to either look for housing or do a different option, then we make sure that we provide those resources and those connections for you. And then we obviously provide a community. Like I said, you have your group to make sure that you always have someone in your corner. Next slide, please, Rosie. Now, how do you join the REACH program? Very simple. You go on their website, which is www.mountsac.edu/reach. You start with an application. You start the process. You go ahead and submit it, give us your information, and then we reach back to you to follow the next steps. We completed a REACH orientation. So at that orientation, we teach you how to be successful in college, give you some of those tips, but also how can REACH come and help you to make sure that you know, okay, there's 4 or 5 steps, but I'm not alone. REACH is here to support me in that process. Then we have you complete a REACH assessment. We want to hear from you. What are your goals and how can we help you meet them? This is a partnership. We want to make sure that we listen from you and then tailor it according to you and according to the things that you want to do. Then you meet with the REACH staff. We want to make sure that we check off all the things that, you know, not only that your financial aid is set up, you know, do we need to connect you with financial aid? Do we need to connect you with a different department? We want to make sure that we do everything so that you only have to worry about, okay, now I just got to find my classes and come to school. Then finally, you meet a REACH counselor. You learn what classes you need to take, you register for them, and then voila. The next thing you need to know is just find out where your classes are, or at this point, when to click on to log on to those classes. Now, I'm going to stay for some questions afterwards. If you have any questions, please, feel free to throw them in the Q&A box. But, feel free to also reach out to us on our website, mountsac.edu/reach. We have a chat option. We have a web, submission question, or you can also feel free to send us an email at mountsacreach@mountsac.edu. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jesse. Appreciate you being here with us today. Our next program is going to be our Student Life program, and I'm joined today by Andy Sims and Julia Walker. Welcome, Andy and Julia.
Hello, thank you. Can you hear me, Rosie?
We sure can.
Okay, fantastic. Hello, students and families. My name is Dr. Andy Farron Sims, and I'm the Director of Student Life. The Student Life Office is here to help students establish a sense of comfort and belonging at Mount Sac, to provide opportunities for students to develop their leadership skills, and also offer support services. I'd like to turn the attention over to my team member who will share some of our programs to get you involved.
Hi everyone, thank you for being here with us. My name is Julia Walker and I'm the Student Center Specialist, and I also serve as advisor to Interclub Council. So I'm going to talk to you all about a few opportunities, and we wanted to start off with our LEAD program, which is a free non-credit leadership program where you can earn a certificate in either personal leadership or organizational leadership. It's a great way to expand your leadership skills, and like I shared, it's completely free to you, and we do have our sessions going on virtually. We also have Associated Students, which is your student government. It's a great way to get involved. You can start off as a committee representative. There's also opportunities to serve as a senator or on executive board or student court. And then we also have our recognized student clubs and orgs on campus. We usually have about 60+ clubs and organizations that you can get involved in. We're still participating virtually. We do have about 35 that activated this fall, so still a great way to get involved. And then we also oversee Lost and Found. So if you ever lose anything or find anything when we are back on campus, you're gonna wanna come check in the Student Life office. We can help you find your lost item or help locate the person of the item that you may have found on campus. Then I'm gonna turn it back over to Andy.
Thank you, Julia. In addition to the student engagement activities that Julia shared, our office also provides several support services. We oversee both the non-academic and the academic student misconduct processes and promote the student standards of conduct. What does this mean? This means that the student conduct process is educational in nature and supports students by providing you with due process, supporting you in developing strong character, and providing learning assignments designed to assist you in your pursuit of your academic and personal goals. Also, when students have concerns about anything on campus, they can start with the Student Life Office to get them connected. Students, you are protected against inappropriate behavior and treatment by a college employee. There are 2 types of complaints that our office assists with, which are 1, academic, meaning a concern about a student's grade, and 2, non-academic, meaning a concern about a student's experience. Another support service we provide is an activities transcript for students, which documents college-related co-curricular activities, such as the one that Julia was talking about. We document your leadership involvement and these activities while you are enrolled at Mount Sac. It's a great resume builder, and so we encourage you to do it. We also have the Student Life Center. When you're back on campus, we invite all